projects ng DPWH noong 2022 ang nakitaan ng technical defects na aabot ng mahigit, correct me if I'm wrong, 369 million. Taon-taon na lang may major technical defects sa mga proyekto ng DPWH. Magkano po ang gastos ng DPWH para ayusin ang mga defects na ito?
Your Honor, I think this is covered by the contractual obligation of the contractor that if there are defects that are noticed, actually, Your Honor, it has to be corrected by the contractor
Yung mga
itself
gumawa.
in accordance with their contract, Your Honor, so without any additional cost, Your Honor. Because we have a defects liability period by which we need to assess the integrity and reliability of the work that has been done. Normally, Your Honor, the defects liability period is about 1 year, and that is the time when if there are noticeable defects, and then we will ask the contractor to correct, actually, Your Honor, from their retained allocation of about 10% of their contract, Your Honor. We don't release the 10% until we are actually accepted. We have accepted the project, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, we are talking of not one, not two, 653 infra projects, may technical defects. At hindi lang basta project, kasama po dyan yung school buildings na kailangan natin ngayon, di ba? Tapos yung mga status ng pagsasaayos na to at yung kung ilang projects po ito na naka-pipeline dahil sa technical defects, meron po kayong kopya ng listahan yan. Chair.
Meron naman po yata, Your Honor, but just point out that the department itself actually from 2023, let me just speak yung 2023 budget I came in. The department is implementing more than 30,000 projects per year all over the country. And 30,000 projects consist also of about 70,000 subcomponents, Your Honor. So this is a big challenge. I admit this is a big challenge also for the department. And to see to it that the projects that we are implementing are actually in accordance with the specifications that we have laid down under the contract of any contractor that is undertaking it. And this is the reason why we have imposed actually a defect deficiency period and an allocation for it actually to cover any defects.
Mr. Chair, yung sinasabi niyo pong contractual obligations, halimbawa yung mga developers gumawa ng project, may mga technical defects na ito, may na-penalize na po ba dito? Totoo naman po, napakalaki, 30,000. Pero ito, particular, yung 653 na infrastructure projects na ito, meron na po ba? May na-penalize na?
Your Honor, hindi naman namin binabayaran yung contractor kung hindi nila naayos. And we have to make sure that before we accept the project, everything has to be implemented in accordance with specifications and the project quality, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, hanging itong 653, hindi sila binayaran?
No, it's 2022 budget, Your Honor. And I'm pretty sure that many of these have already been corrected, considering that the implementation period for our 2022 budget, Your Honor, is actually for 2 years and end up by end of the year.
Kay COA, 2022 reports. Cited ng COA po yan. Concrete pavements, potholes, delamination, concrete surface, school buildings, no electrical. Ito po yung binabanggit dito. COA report po siya. Dapat yun.
Before the Honorable
Your Honor.
Secretary answers, we would like to remind
Yes.
Arlene Bosses that your time is up, so please wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yun lang, pinapasagot ko po kaugnay doon. Chair, sa pra. May we get yung
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I think what we are citing here is the observation report of COA, Your Honor. But in the process of this observation report, Your Honor, we have exit conference with the COA, and I think many of these have been clarified with them, Your Honor.
baka pwede pong makakuha na lang ng kopya or report. Ano na yung natapos, hindi natapos. No? Chair. Last na lang po, Mr. Chair, sa right of way siguro. Pwede rin pong mag-submit na lang if ever. Kasi merong kung 413 projects suspended, 90 projects terminated, 94 projects that have yet to be started. Ano, Mr. Chair? Yung sa disbursement report from right-of-way fund, i-request na lang natin yung project po, tapos yung row allocation, disbursed fund per household affected. So before the plenary po sana para mapag-aralan namin, tapos yun po sana mapag-usapan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now we go back to the majority. The names again. I don't see them here, but I have to. Representative Cruz, Rocio Cruz. Representative
Present. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At ang DPWH family, I wish I could be as passionate as Rupos, but then again, ang concern ho namin sa Bulacan, simple lang at ito'y na-discuss ko na kay Secretary. Una, nagpapasalamat ako doon sa letter ni Secretary addressed to NEDA Secretary Balisacan requesting for an comprehensive flood control program and a feasibility study for Bulacan. Finally, this will address yung aming problema. I think nung dumating ang presidente ron, yun ang concern namin. Una, yung tubig na nanggagaling doon sa upstream, bababa doon sa Manila Bay. At yung Manila Bay naman na tumataas ng almost 2 meters, yung ocean level na pumapasok naman doon sa aming mga shoreline. So ito ho yung problema. So nagsubmit ho ako ng proposal which is creation of a supposed to be a coastal defense highway and expressway para ho ma-prevent yung ocean level na pumasok. So ito yung study na to, I was made to understand that it will cost no less than a minimum of $10 million, which is about 550 million pesos. As conceptualized, at meron ho kami sasubmit na conceptual plan, ang nakikita po namin dito para maging viable ito ay kailangan samahan ito ng reclamation. At the same time, yung sa proposed highway namin, ang gusto naming malagay dito, seaport, at the same time, supposed to be relocation ng mga informal settlers para ho ito maging viable. In fact, I intend to file a bill na mandating dun sa reclamation projects na ito na at least yung 20% nila should be devoted to low-cost housing. So finally, it will end yung problema, yung shortfall natin ng mga 6 million. So ito ho yun. So, yung proposal na ito ay nakita ko rito, panahon pa ni Palafox, 24 years old pa lang daw siya, pinopropose nila ito. Kasi magkakambalo ito, yung Manila, Cavite Coastal, ang katambalo nito is Manila, Bataan Coastal. But because of the development, dati ho ay expressway lang ito, ngayon ho, ang kailangan natin is Coastal Defense System. Ang tanong ko kay Secretary, kayo ho ba ay sumusuporta sa project na ito? Do you think this is viable? And the second question is, do you think this is doable?
I am pretty sure, Your Honor, that if it is technically and economically feasible, I think there is no reason why the department not support it. In fact, Your Honor, I still remember that the first proposal at the time was actually to construct the Manila-Bataan Coastal Road Project.
Yes.
At the early part of
Nung pag-usapan nyo kasi yun, junior executive pa lang ako sa Shell eh.
yes,
But that was 50 years ago.
yes,
So, meron naman tayong another study na nandito na gagawin. Ang tinitingnan ho natin dito yung timetable. Baka ho pagkatapos ito, after 50 years, hindi na ho natin pakinabangan lahat. Ang tinitingnan ko is talaga bang ito sa pananaw ho ninyo, kayo basically na nakita ho yung development. Ito ba magagawa natin during your term which is about 6 years? O at least maumpisahan. Kasi alam mo, ang hindi, naiingit ho kami. Kasi yung Manila, yung Bataan to Cavite, that will be the longest bridge. Tapos na ho ito at inuumpisahan na actually. Yun ho sa amin 50 years ago pinag-usapan, hanggang ngayon pag-aaralan pa rin. So sana ho sa suporta ni Secretary, makita ho natin na at least maumpisahan ho ito. Ang tawag ko yata nito magkaroon ng bahay para ultimately magawa ito. Yun ho ang aking concern na unang-una.
Well noted, Your Honor, and you can rest assured of our support to the project once it becomes technically and economically viable, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ang tingin ko kasi dito, pinakamabilis dito, PPP. So probably we can engage, so submit the proposal to the San Miguel. Kasi dalawa na ho nag-submit to, San Jose Builders and I think San Miguel. Probably i-revive lang ho natin. Thank you. Ang sunod dong question ko yung sa overloading. Kanina na-discuss kanina rito. Kasi yung root cause po talaga ng problema natin sa Maharlika Highway is overloading. Tayo lang ho sa buong mundo ang gumagawa ho nito na yung truck natin, yung Meliet, kakapalan para ma-withstand yung overloading. Pati yung size ng goma, tinataasan natin. Mabuti na lang ho sa Pampanga, yung governor ho doon, ang ginawa niya para ma-prevent, binawasan talaga yung height ng mga truck. But then again, that is Pampanga. What we intend to do, ito is para sa buong Pilipinas. Kaya yung proposal ko sa overloading, ginawa ho namin almost confiscatory para at least parang sa colorum. 100,000, 150,000, and 200. Ang question ho dito, paano natin talaga mai-implement ito? Doon sa bill ko, ginawa namin dito, 50% should go to the local para ho magkaroon ng incentive on the part of the local na ma-implement ito. But then again, ang kailangan ho natin at this point in time, maglagay na tayo ng weighing scale. Kasi ho sa lahat ho ng ginagawa natin na to, mula ho doon sa Apare hanggang Hulo, and even to doon sa Samar, hindi ho titino ang karsada natin. Kasi yung overloading ho dito is a way of life na. Ako ho trucker ho ako . In fact, I have about 150 trucks. Pero kasi because I'm hauling for Shell, so kami within the limits. Pero hanggang hindi ho tumitino ito, hindi ako sayang ho yung maintenance program na ginagastos natin. Dapat ito ginagastos natin sa mga bagong karsada rather than maintaining the road. Kasi sa ngayon experience ko, 1 taon lang. Pagkatapos ng 1 year, bitak na naman. Kailan tayo titigil dito? We're losing billions out of this. Siguro dapat ito yung bigyan po natin ng priority. Yun lang po, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Rest assured that your proposal is very much welcome, Your Honor, in order to address the overloading problems and our full support, actually, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now we go back to the minority. The chair recognizes Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Gaza.
Hello. Thank you, Chairman. I'm sitting here in the back, Mr. Chair, because it's easier to hear. It's more audible over here because of the echo there in the front. So, good afternoon to the DPWH officials. Thank you for your time and patience and being with us here at the House. At the onset, please allow me to thank Secretary Bonoan and the various USEC, USEC Bernardo, USEC Lapus, USEC Cabral, my regional director, Edgar Tabacon. For the most part, I could say for the record that you've been very responsive. Despite all the issues, I think you've done a good job and better than many other agencies. So thank you very much. Earlier, there were many concerns about the Maharlika Highway. I think I'll be the 5th or 6 member of the House that's complained about that. For the benefit of the committee, could you explain again to us the core programs, the total core programs, explain each one and how much total that is, and how much has been reduced this year, last year, and previous years, and that's why we're having problems, especially with maintenance of national highways.
Well, Your Honor, let me start with the maintenance and operating expenses. As we have been pointing out, over the years, there has been drastic reduction of what has been proposed for our maintenance on roads. This year, 2023, in our National Expenditure Program, NEP program, for 2023, our maintenance and operating expenses amounting to 25.5 billion pesos that was originally incorporated in the NEP. Was what was approved in the GAA 6.8 billion pesos, honor. And specifically for maintenance, the allocation for road maintenance, routine maintenance, actually, Your Honor, is billion under the National Expenditure Program. That what has been allocated for routine maintenance, actual under the General Appropriations Act, it's only 1.8 billion pesos, Your Honor. And this is what we are saying, that this is a very minimal amount to cope up with the requirements for road maintenance, Your Honor. And this is what, as a result, many of the roads, national roads particularly, have deteriorated quickly, Your Honor, because lack of
Mr. Chair, would you recall how many today have complained already about Maharlika Highway and the rapid deterioration? Because I know Minority Leader Nonoy Libanon complained. Congressman Michael Tan, no less than Vice Chair Romy Momo. How many have complained about the national roads? Is this common nationwide or only in Region 8?
It is common to all regions having national roads, Your Honor.
What is the total amount for the core program? Which includes FAP, PPP, right-of-way, feasibility study, and others.
The total amount, Your Honor, well, let me categorically say the general administration support is actually for proposed 2024 is 17.4 billion. Our support to operations, which include maintenance, is about 79 billion. And for the operations, this capital outlays for projects is about 724 billion euro.
Mr. Chair, I count core program of 139 billion, 25 billion for maintenance and MOE, a total of about 164 billion. Would that be in the ballpark of the NEP 2024? 139 billion and then 25 billion for MOE. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, considering that there are many complaints with what's happened in the past, I think it is our obligation and our duty to make sure that those core programs are protected and not touched and not reduced. So allow me to make a motion that the 139 billion core program that consists various activities, PAPs, 25 billion of MOE, including maintenance, a total of 164 billion shall not be reduced by the Committee on Appropriations, including to the BICAM. So move, Mr. Chairman.
The chair is with the opinion that this is just a budget briefing by the Committee on Appropriations. So if I may request the Honorable Dasa to make the motion at the proper time in the plenary.
Mr. Chair, this is a budget committee hearing. Under the parliamentary rules, I'm entitled to make a motion, and you will need to dispense with that motion.
Session suspended. Session resumed. There's a motion by Representative Daza. I hear any second.
Mr. Chair, I hope you don't, Mr. Chair, I hope you won't take it from my time, but I was asked during the suspension to reiterate my motion for the record. So, having heard from the department and many members of the House on their complaints regarding the rapid deterioration of Marlica Highway and our national highways nationwide, not just in Region 8, it was manifested that the total core program is 139 billion, 25 billion for MOE and maintenance, totaling 164 billion. So I move, Mr. Chair, that these funds, as I just articulated, shall not be reduced by the Committee on Appropriations. So move, Mr. Chair.
So there's the motion. Take note of that motion.
I
Yeah.
second, Mr. Chairman.
Duly noted.
Mr. Chair, if there's no objections, then I assume that you will call the motion approved.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, what is the point of order?
Before we rule on the motion, I know if we have 20% of the present of the number of members of the Committee on Appropriation to vote on the motion.
Session suspended.
Thirty-four.
Session resumed. Um, Representative Akop, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For in the interest of the constituents, this representation would like to withdraw his point of order. So move, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, Representative Daza, you're now recognized. Please restate your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope it's not deducted from my minutes, as I have a few more questions. Mr. Chair, considering that there have been many complaints with the rapidly deteriorating national highways, and in particular the Maharlika Highway in Region 8, and considering that many members have manifested their concern, and also the DPWH, I move that the core program, maintenance, and MOE as submitted in the 2024 National Expenditure Program or the President's proposed budget shall not be reduced.
There's a motion. Do I hear any seconds?
Second.
Duly seconded. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr.
you.
Chair. Mr. Chair, earlier, the Honorable Castro had asked questions on flood control. We did a quick review of the DPWH budget. There seems to be a large increase in the flood control. Could you tell us, give us a picture of what was the increase from NEP 2023 to NEP 2024 and GAA 2023 to NEP 2024?
Your Honor, for flood control, and go back as far as 2022, Your Honor, the allocation for flood control projects in 2022 was 128.9 billion pesos. And then this increased by 14% in 2023, which is 185.78 billion pesos. And in 2024, our proposed allocation for flood control projects, local and foreign assisted projects, about 215.64 billion pesos.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, that means that there's an increase from year to year of 30 billion flood control. Could you share with us where is the concentration of that flood control? That increase in 30 billion, what region is that has been placed?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we have a data on that, but if you can. Fine. But this is, as I said, Your Honor, the flood control projects transcends in all legislative districts, Your Honor, all over the country. And in terms of breakdown on each region, I think we still have to consolidate.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, Secretary. Maybe just the top 3 regions with the highest flood control allocation.
For flood control projects, Your Honor, I think, if I recall right, in my recollection in the preparation of the 2024 budget, I think Region 3 had been allocated substantial amount to address the flood control in Region 3. And in Region 5, Your Honor.
How about Region 4B?
Region 4,
4B.
4B, Your Honor, I don't recall the... just have to check, Your Honor, on Region 4B. But,
Okay.
Eric,
Mr. Chair, may I request a report on the distribution of flood control on a per region? And eventually, my volunteers will go down to the legislative district.
yes,
But
yeah.
the regional distribution would be good. Mr. Chair, I know in the budgeting process, there are many considerations. One of which, for many members, is the concept of equitable distribution or allocation. Would that be a fair statement to make?
Yes, Your Honor.
A volunteer, they use a software? I'd like to share to the chair and to the committee. A group of volunteers actually plugged in numbers and saw that in 4B, with only 8 legislative districts, the total NEP for 2024 is 42 billion. Is that correct?
For Region 4B, Your Honor, for Region 4B, for the NEP allocation for 2024 is 41.43 billion.
Okay, my volunteers were off by a few hundred million, but 41 billion divided by 8 legislative districts, is that correct? There's 8 districts,
Yes,
legislative districts.
Yes.
That would equal to about 5.2 billion. Now, many districts are a lot less than that. Where is the equity in that, Chair?
Well, this is the result of this is a compilation of the Net Restored program that was derived from the formula that we have actually used, Your Honor, in determining the allocation per legislative district in terms of considering the land area, population, vulnerability to calamities, contribution to GDP, and 7 parameters, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, for the record, the NEP restored, if it would have been restored, it would have been 15.8 billion. It's now 42 with an increase of about 26 billion for that region.
Yes.
So it's not restored NEP, Mr. Chair. Would that be a fair statement? Because it's 26 billion over our calculation. That should have been 15 total.
Well, we have to check, Your Honor.
For the interest of time, just submit to me 4B. And also, Region 7 seemed to increase quite a bit. So could you give me a letter on a per legislative district and explaining why some are more equal than others?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we can do that for regions 4B and Region 7, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, normally we've been advised that all projects to be vetted must emanate from the district or the region. It goes to the Regional Development Council. So I'm curious, of this 42 billion for 4B for NEP 2024, how much of that was actually vetted with Regional Development Council approval and what amount was not?
Well, our assumption here, Your Honor, is that all the projects that had been incorporated in, particularly even in our core program, particularly in the capital outlays, would have been endorsed. They've been gone through the process of the Regional Development Councils, Your Honor.
Could you give me in writing a formal answer to my query if all those projects have been vetted? Because I've heard that there was even some parking, whatever that really means, in the NEP 2024. In fact, a group of volunteers did an estimate, and that's what we're trying to track down.
Yes,
And it's in the billions of pesos not millions, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
could-
Your Honor.
Could you help me with the response on the 4B and the 7, why it increased, and whether they were RDC approved, and if they were recommended by the regional director or the DE? Could that be done?
We will do that, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. My time is up, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being gracious to this representation.
Thank you. Now, for the part of the majority, that's Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agabas, not here, so we go on to the next. Samantha Santos, Representative Samantha Santos. Representative Samantha Santos, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bautista, and of course, the DPWH family. Thank you for giving us the time to interpret for today. You said Kathy.
Secretary Bonoan, that is.
Ang tanong ko lang po talaga ngayong araw na ito, what are the criteria po for us to identify which regions or which areas within the provinces in the Philippines do we identify flood control projects to be the priority? Alam naman po talaga natin, marami po tayong rivers, marami pong nakakatira sa river sides, marami din po talagang agriculture na malapit din po sa river banks. How do we prioritize, or what is the PWH's criteria when it comes to the prioritization or ranking po ng ating mga flood control? Kung ano ba yung mga rason kung bakit ito na lugar ay maging priority kaysa yung sa isang lugar? Yun lang po. Para maliwanagan lang po tayo kung bakit nga po mas maraming pondo dito, or ano bang meron dun sa lugar na yon na kung saan lumaki or mas kailangan nila yung flood control kaysa sa ating mga agricultural areas, or dahil nga ba urban or mas priority ba natin ang rural areas? Yun lang po, Secretary Bonoan.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, let me start by saying that in the Philippines, there are 18 major river basins. Many of these river basins have undergone actually already have already undertaken yung comprehensive master plan. They have undertaken a comprehensive master plan, Your Honor. And in the master plan, there are many priorities that have been lined up actually for implementation, Your Honor. So this is one of the bases by which we are prioritizing actually the flood control projects on a nationwide basis, Your Honor. But let me just point out actually, Your Honor, that the other flood control projects that are being included into your legislative districts are actually a product of the consensus of priorities for flood control projects at your legislative district level, Your Honor, using the allocable amounts in your legislative district, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary. Just to follow up question. Kaya nga po nagtanong po kami kasi sa Cotabato, or in the case of Cotabato, where the Rio Grande, Mindanao, and the Cabacan River converges. Doon po kasi ang mga barangay na kung saan palagi po naapektuhan ng baha. Especially dahil nga po pinubuksan ng Bukidnon Dam, or ang dam po sa Bukidnon, ang tubig sabay pa talaga sa ulan. Kaya nga po nababaha yung ating mga kababayan doon sa Cotabato, especially po sa Cabacan. At ang problema po na ito, marami na rin pong nalunod, and at the same time, agriculture area po kasi tayo doon na kung saan kinakabkab po ng tubig mismo po yung lupa. Kaya mas lumalaki po ang ating rivers. Bago po kasi bumaba yung tubig mula Bukidnon at yung sa Cotabato, dumadaan po doon sa rutang iyon bago po pupunta ng Sultan Kudarat. Kaya nga po gusto po namin tanungin kung bakit hindi po natin na lagyan po ng mas malaking pondo ang rutang ito na kung saan marami din pong pamilya ang naapektuhan, marami din pong agriculture products na naapektuhan, especially din po na dahil na-identify nga po ng DA na ang Cotabato po, or province of Cotabato, North Cotabato in specifically, kung saan pong river na ito nakalocate, yun po ang ating food basket sa Mindanao. Kaya nga po gusto po natin matugunan iyon para baka mabigyan pa po tayo ng tulong kahit doon lang po sa pagliko ng tubig kasi doon po kinakabkab po yung lupa na kung saan marami rin po mga residenteng naaapektuhan. Yun lang naman po, Secretary Bonoan, ano po ating magagawa para nga po sa ating mga agriculture products and at the same time para nga po sa ating mamayan na aapektuhan at sa direksyon ng DPWH para nga po ma-address ang mga issues na ito. Hindi lang po sa Cotabato, kundi din po sa ating mga neighboring provinces na kung saan nagma-merge nga po yung tubig mula sa ibang province or mula po sa iba't ibang bayan. Yun lang naman po. Maraming salamat.
Your Honor, if I respond, in that part, Mindanao, we are now preparing for the big flood control project at Ambal, Simoy River and Rio Grande, the Mindanao River flood control project, Your Honor, and we are now in the process of discussing financial assistance from the China Exim Bank, Your Honor. We hope that we can finalize the discussions with here and the implementation by next year, Your Honor. This is part of flood control program under the official development plans portfolio of the department. This is also a flagship project, Your Honor, that has already undergone the approval at the board. So we can approach it in two ways, as I can see, Your Honor. While waiting for the implementation of this big program, then we still continue to address yung mga local priorities po of under some of the rivers there, major rivers, so that we can mitigate actually the flooding problems there, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Secretary Bonoan, and of course to the DPWH family. We're looking forward to the partnerships that we'll have in the future. You have been a great partner not only for Region 12 but also for the 3rd District of Cotabato. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the opportunity. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Thank you. We now go to the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Bonifacio Busita.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sa ating lahat, good afternoon po. Mr. Chair, meron lang po akong dalawang concerns about maintenance of national roads and flood control projects. Mr. Chair, magkano po ang budget natin sa maintenance of national roads for 2003 and 2000?
Mr. Chair, flood control, Your Honor. Maintenance of national roads, Your Honor, for 2023, what I was presenting earlier is actually that the maintenance budget that we have included in our national expenditure program for 2020 was 14.61 billion pesos, but what came out of the General Appropriations Act is 1.8 billion pesos. And in 2024, Your Honor, we are again going to put up a request for the allocation of maintenance of 14.61 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, naitanong ko po itong maintenance of national roads at ilang billions po ang budget dito for 2023 and 2024. But with respect po to our Honorable Secretary Bunuan, kapansin-pansin po at ramdam ng taong bayan na parang wala namang projects para dito sa national roads, sa maintenance. Paano ko po nasabi ito? Almost every day, nagbabiyahe po tayo, ganun din ating mga kababayan, na even yung mga maliliit na potholes na nagiging cause po ng accident. Parang, in other words, parang barya-barya na lang to. Pero hindi po mabigyan ng proper attention ng DPWH. And most of the time, second budget hearing ko na po na ito na naka-attend to chair. Lagi po nating nadidinig yung road safety concerns. Mr. Chair, ano po ba ito? Bakit ganon? Kasi po, hindi lang po ako nakakapansin taong bayan. Bilyones pala ang budget po dito. Ano po ba ang sistema ng DPWH para sa monitoring po nito, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, as I was trying to point out, Mr. Chair, yung proposed budget namin for maintenance, budget for maintenance under the National Expenditure Program, yung NEP po namin noong una, was 14 billion. But ang list lang po sa amin for 2023 is 1.86 billion. This is far less than what we have requested, Your Honor, in our National Expenditure Program. So, the other thing that I would like to point out is this has been continuously reduced over the years, over the previous years. Hindi lang po for 1990, hindi lang po for 2023, but even for 2021, 2022, the maintenance budget has been continuously been reduced, actually, and this is the result of what you have stated, that because there are so many potholes, deterioration. This is because we cannot respond immediately to the maintenance of national roads, especially in ngayon, sunod-sunod po yung bagyo, sunod-sunod po ng pag-ulan. You can expect that some of these roads would deteriorate for the lack of maintenance, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree. Pwedeng sabihin po natin na maliit yung budget sa ini-expect ng DPWH. The point is, hindi po talaga maramdaman ng motorista na taong bayan. Kahit mga simpleng potholes. Actually po, sometimes sinasabi ko nga, kung bibigyan tayo ng authority ng DPWH, kaya nating i-improve kung kaya natin. So, Mr. Chair, ang punto po dito, simpleng mga damages ng roads, potholes, na nagiging dahilan ng mga aksidente, dapat po sana may priority ito. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, nabanggit ko na ito last time Pag namatay yung rider or yung motorista, most of the time po kasi ang findings or ang report ng police, self-accident. Pero pag tiningnan po natin, ang cause of accident is because of the damaged portion ng roads. Lalong-lalo na po, Mr. Chair, sa mga riders. So, ano po bang covered nitong maintenance ng national roads aside from potholes, Mr. Chair?
Aside from yung pothole patching, Your Honor, there has to be regular routine maintenance we have to undertake even without the potholes, Your Honor. Because the routine maintenance is very necessary to prevent actually the occurrence of potholes when it rains, to prevent deterioration, Your Honor. Kailangan po natin ito, that we have to maintain it on a daily basis, actually, yung mga kalsada natin. We have to remove actually yung vegetation. We have to see it that yung even with the slightest crack, it has to be restored immediately, Your Honor. Marami ho tayong before magkakaroon tayo ng ng pothole, dapat nakita natin na deteriorated na. We have to undertake already a remedial measure. We have to maintain. Yun po ang gamit po natin doon sa maintenance fund, Your Honor. Ilang ho doon sa pothole patching, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, with respect to the PWH Secretary, is it possible po, pag may nakita kami as advocates na parang napabayaan, is it possible po na through coordination with DPWH and local government units, kami po ang mag-aayos nito para para maiwasan po yung aksidente ng mga motorista, especially mga motorcycle riders? Is it possible, Mr. Chair?
Well, I don't see any problem with it, Your Honor. Siguro pagka but we'll have to discuss on the mechanics on how we're going to implement it, Your Honor, especially in the allocation of funds and resources that will be needed actually by the local entities actually to undertake the restoration or pothole yung patching, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, in case na may namatay doon sa aksidente because of those potholes, at nakita po natin na yun talaga ang dahilan, Mr. Chair, kung i-assist po ng Road Safety Advocates of the Philippines, RSAP, ang pamilya ng biktima, sino po ba ang nakikita nating liable dito, Mr. Chair? Honorable Secretary.
Well, I would not offer a direct. Actually, Your Honor, actually accidents happen even without potholes. Actually, but it all depends. Actually, Your Honor, pag kami may incidents na ganyan, may police report naman. Actually, Your Honor, so well, I could not offer a direct response to it. Who is responsible when there is an accident, Your Honor?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chair, na hindi lahat na aksidente dahil dito sa potholes. But there are instances po na talagang ang problema doon sa kalsada. Anyway, naintindihan naman po natin si Honorable Secretary regarding this. So, I'll proceed with my second concern, Mr. Chair. Ang Region 3 po ba kasama sa flood control projects? Nabanggit po ninyo kanina.
Yes, Your Honor, definitely. Kasama po sa flood control projects.
And decades ago, every time na may pag-ulan, talagang problema na po ito, binabaha. At ako po ay hindi Bulakenyo, pero on behalf of Bulakeños, parang gusto kong sabihin, with respect to Honorable Secretary, DOH, parang gusto kong sabihin, mukhang napabayaan po ang Region 3, particular ang Bulacan. Kasama po ba ang Bulacan Province para dito sa flood control projects ng DPWH?
Yes, Your Honor, kasama po doon sa flood control projects. In fact, there are projects that are ongoing in Bulacan, and there are many proposed projects to look into the permanent solution for the flooding problems in Bulacan. Let me just point out also, Your Honor, that there has been a big project that would have actually mitigated the flooding problems in Bulacan under a Pampanga Delta flood control project at one point in time, but it would have involved actually the construction of floodways in the municipalities of Kalumpit, Agonoy, Paombong, and that would have been phase 2 of the Pampanga Delta project at that time, Your Honor. But unfortunately, we were not able to push through with that segment of the flood control project because of the reluctance of the local government unit to implement it in that area, Your Honor. So it was not implemented. Phase 1 of the project was in the Pampanga area that was implemented, Your Honor. So fortunately, now this time, I think there has been some clamor actually to have a second look into that phase 2 of Pampanga Delta project. In the meantime, Your Honor, I think in order to have a more permanent solution to the flooding problem in Region 3, Bulacan and Pampanga, we have a central Pampanga River floodway and San Antonio Swamp Ring Dike project that is now being discussed with the Asian Development Bank for its implementation. Your Honor, we hope that we can conclude discussions this year and the implementation of it by next year, Your Honor. This will involve the construction of a floodway of about 62 kilometers that will transverse from San Antonio Swamp all the way to Manila Bay, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, gusto po ba natin sabihin na with this budget for 2024, pa po natin maasahan na maayos yung tema sa...
Well, admittedly, Your Honor, it will not be totally, but there are many projects that will be implemented in 2024, and I hope that it will actually somehow hasten up and mitigate some of the flooding problems in the area, Your Honor. We are also contemplating actually to implement and construct some of the small water impounding projects in Bulacan along several rivers in San Miguel, the towns in Bulacan area, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, if I may add question, pwede po, yung po bang MacArthur Highway sa Bulacan kasama sa National Highway?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a national.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko na po magtatanong sa Honorable Secretary ng DPWH dahil wala na po yung oras ko. Gusto ko na lang pong i-request, bigyan po natin ito ng priority attention dahil at dami pong na-aksidenteng mga motorcycle riders po dito at talagang inirereklamo po ito. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
In just 1 minute, yes, I completely agree with you, Your Honor, and it is actually even when I assumed the office, I said we have to hasten up the completion of the rehabilitation of MacArthur Highway, not only in Bulacan but from Pampanga all the way to Bulacan, Your Honor, and that this will be substantially completed by 2024, Your Honor. We have all the funds to complete it.
Maraming salamat po. At least by 2024, matutuwa na po yung ating mga kababayang motorista na dumadaan sa Bulacan areas and Pampanga. Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po sa oras. Ganun po sa inyo lahat. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Now, on the part of majority, we call on Representative Gus Tambunting. I do not see him around. We go to the next. Representative Jaime Fresnedi. Not around. Romeo Acop. Not around. Representative Khalid Dimaporo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask my annual question to the DPWH, and this is the status of the Pangal Bay Bridge, a legacy project not only of President Bongbong Marcos, but also President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, but also President Pinoy, but also of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. We are now 4 presidents in the waiting, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to get from the Honorable Secretary ano yung status ng Pangal Bay Bridge na yon.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think this is also one of the flagship projects that we have to continue to implement. Now it is already about 78% complete, Your Honor. And our target is to complete the bridge by middle of next year. This will be completed. Ang target po namin is to complete it by next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Honorable Secretary. I'd like to read on the record what I've extracted from our committee minutes of the budget briefing last year with the DPWH. And I quote, Yusek Emil Sadain, the full completion of the Pangal Bay Bridge will be on December 2023 as scheduled. I quote Secretary Manuel Bonoan, the project will be completed by December 2023. Now, sanay na ako sa ganito. Because ever since the time of Secretary Mark Villar, it's always, matatapos na yan, matatapos na yan, matatapos na yan. And now, instead of 2023, Mr. Chair, we're hearing that it will be December 2024. I'd like to get the commitment of the Secretary. Is this the final deadline? O baka may chance na naman magiging 2025 pa ito?
The chairman, I offer actually a reason why we were not able to complete the project, the bridge in December. And this is what we were trying to point out earlier in the presentation of our budget. Because in our national expenditure program, when we presented it to the committee at that time, we have allocated 70 billion pesos, 70 billion pesos for the implementation of the foreign assisted projects, including Pangil Bay Bridge at that time. What happened was, actually, the only amount that was released to us after the under the General Appropriations Act is only 7 billion. So for many projects, so we have to reallocate it again, Mr. Chairman, to the many projects, and this is one of the reasons why we were not able to complete, Your Honor. But again, there again, I'm sure that it's now 78% complete, and this is just a little more, and I think we are very confident that it will be completed by the middle of next year, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Honorable Secretary, for being so honest. You're actually more honest than some of our colleagues here in Congress. And now we have it on the record for the governors of Northern Mindanao to hear that it is the Congress that is the reason why the Pangil Bay Bridge fell short. Is this how we support our president? That we cannot finish projects, build projects, na realign yung kailangan namin? Is this the support of the president that we give? I think we should, as a collegiate body, have a majority caucus. Because this is the first time. I'm used to being rubber stamped. Because we support our leadership that way. But lied to, especially when the president gives a message to us, a promise to us, to the people of Lanao del Norte, to the people of Misamis Occidental, that the bridge will be completed, and then there's a realignment for no good reason, but maybe greed. Masama naman yan. I hope the 19th Congress, with the approval of the GAA 2024, will reflect the priorities of our dear President. Because the heart of our President is there. Service to the Filipino people. The question is, in the leadership here in the House of Representatives, is the heart, the commitment to our Chief Executive, President Bongbong Marcos, is it there with you? Those that are in charge of crafting the GAA, the very, very small committee of maybe one person. Sana lang we will have better results, more productive results, more pro-people results in the 2024 GAA. That's all I have to say, and I'd like to thank our Secretary for being very honest and frank on why Pangil Bay Bridge cannot be completed in 2023, but instead 2024. It's because of the crafting of the Appropriations Act by the House of and their solo style in the BICAM. Gan salamat sa inyong tanan. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for my time to make.
Thank you. Now go to the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Mujib Hataman. Since I do not see Representative Hataman, we go to Representative Rodrigo Ramon Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to our fellow public servants in the DPWH, of course, the Secretary, good friends, Yusik Cabral, Yusik Nardo, and the rest of the department. Mr. Chair, I just want to keep my questioning brief. I'll just go straight to the point. Of course, last year, to the department, we've had concerns with both the MBUC and the black spots, but of course, we'd like to thank the good secretary for the swift action on that. We heard that there has been some reform in planning and that new projects now already incorporate road safety standards. And we'd like to thank you for keeping up with that promise to us, Mr. Chair. And of course, with the MBUC, we understand now, especially after questioning with the DBM, that it's more of an attribution issue rather than that of the fund. So we still have to look forward to our questioning there that will be carried out in plenty. Now, Mr. Chair, we'd just like to question now with the budget. I'd like to focus on the actual of 2022. Mr. Chair, is it correct that based on the President's budget, we have unobligated allotment of 38,650 billion? Of course, we'd like to congratulate the good secretary. According to the numbers, we have upwards of 93% in the implementation of these projects. But of course, given that the budget of the DPWH ay napakalaki, that lacking 6 or 7% actually translate to quite a lot po, no? So may we ask about the current status of this unobligated allotment for 20?
Yes, Your Honor. For the 2022 infrastructure program department, because remember we have 2 years actually to implement the cash budget of for 2022, and as of July 31, 2023, Your Honor, the unobligated balance is already only about 18 billion pesos, Your Honor. That was in July. And I suppose now it's September, I think we have to update a little bit. I am sure that many of these have already been obligated, Your Honor, and because we have to obligate and disperse all these funds by the end of the year, Your Honor. So 18.1 billion, Your Honor, is the remaining unobligated balance as of July 31 this year, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So even including po, no, yung sa continuing appropriations natin for the I believe RA 11518 is for fiscal year 2021. 2021 and 2022, that would be the end of its lifespan. How come it would state here po that we have unreleased appropriations of 38 billion and unobligated release of 32.9 billion in the NEP? Is this something that is updated midway?
The other allocations in 2021 has already been carried out, actually succeeding years, Your Honor. So these are the continuing appropriations. They are also implementing. And because of the cash budgeting policy, for particularly even for 2021 and 2022, I think we have to disperse it by the end of the year, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand that. Siguro po, it's just a matter of accounting po, no? Kasi here in the NEP, it's just confusing for this representation that there is a mention of the continuing appropriation, even given the 2-year lifespan. If we consider fiscal year 2021 and 2022, dapat tapos na po ito, no? Pero it still says, in that case po, Mr. Chair, may I request from the good secretary, submission na lang in written explanation to save time here. An explanation na lang po of this unreleased appropriation for capital and unobligated releases for capital outlays for actual 2022, considering po, kasama po dito kasi yung sa fiscal year of 2021.
Yeah, certainly, Your Honor. We will furnish the good congressman, actually, the updated status of obligation and disbursement of allocations from 2021 to 2022 and 20.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are confident that the good secretary is actually doing a good job. We just would like to really go through the numbers po. Mr. Chair, I'd like to now focus my question on the special provision on paragraph number 10 on the integration of active transportation. Mr. Chair, it's quite puzzling for me because this is, I think, a question that would be both for the DPWH and the DOTR. Mr. Chair, is there a coordination between you? Because I believe in the DOTR, we also have yung bike share, bike lane project. How does that relate to our integration of active transport as a special provision of your budget?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the provision for the transport system, particularly on the bike lanes, is actually lodged, the capital program for this is actually lodged with the Department of Transportation. But the implementation of this is actually, since most of these are actually being implemented along national roads, is the Department of Public Works, which implements it, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, would this be a separate project or like what we mentioned with the black spots and road safety, integrated na po ba siya sa ating mga bagong roads?
This I don't think it's this is a separate program, Your Honor. Actually, bike lanes is a separate program in itself. Now, the black spots is actually supposed to be implemented through the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund, but unfortunately, as you know, the Motor Vehicle User Charge Fund is already part of the General Appropriations Act. But then, here is we're now in the process of actually submitting a amended bill so that it becomes a separate program so that we can address specifically issues on road safety and road maintenance, Your Honor, separately from the capital program on a yearly basis.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On that issue, I would be the first to support that bill po, no?
Thank you,
Definitely.
Your Honor.
But Mr. Chair, going back po sa bike lanes natin, so given this is actually a project from the DOTR to be implemented by the DPWH, Mr. Chair, how does this play into, I believe you have a manual or a handbook on the standards of our roads? Kasi, of course, each lane would have a specific measurement. Paano po natin na-integrate ito, considering the very important consideration of road safety para sa ating mga siklista and motorcycle riders, Mr.
We have guidelines actually already on this on the implementation of bike lanes, Your Honor. Because of course we have to integrate actually the safety of the users of the bike lanes, Your Honor, particularly in highly motorized roads, Your Honor. I think it's very important that we have, Your Honor. There is guidelines actually that we have coordinated with the Department of Transportation.
So, Mr. Chair, in our guidelines, pintura lang po ba or talagang kasama yung physical separator?
Your Honor. Well, I've just given a note that for 2023, Department of Transportation has allocated 1.14 for bike lanes, 9 regions, which separators for safety purposes. Some areas, very highly tested and highly traveled roads. Really long stretches of high speed.
So, Mr. Chair, in the case, for example, of Metro Manila, where there are some areas na wala pong physical separator, this is because of a lack of budget, or is this implemented by the LGU, perhaps?
Yes, Your Honor. Perhaps I can ask our Undersecretary who's in charge in the implementation of this project for clarity, Your Honor. Allow?
With the permission of the Chair and the Honorable Secretary, I may be allowed to respond. Yeah, this came about during the pandemic, Mr. Chair, when there
Echo
was
time.
no available public transport. DOTR together with MMDA and DPWH crafted the guidelines in 2020. So there are three categories, no? Category 1 would be a separate lane for non-motorized transport, including pedestrians and bikes. And then category 2 would involve the bike lane on the roadway itself, but it's protected. Category 3 will be the shared bike lane, particularly on our what do you call these flyovers, where there is a narrow width, so we could share the bike lane together with the motorized transport. Just yesterday, Mr. Chair, we have a the DPWC beneficiary of the Korean Knowledge Sharing Program, where they reviewed our guidelines, particularly the guidelines on our non-motorized transport. And one of the objectives of that Korea Knowledge Sharing Program is to review the guidelines to make sure that it is within the international standards. No, basically their comments was it is in accordance with international standards, but they recommended some improvements. That's why they recommended another category. But they are still in the process of finalizing their report. Yesterday we just had the initial meeting with them, and hopefully within the next few months they will be coming up with their final report. So again, to answer your questions that there are separators, yes, it's one of the categories, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, in an ideal world, lahat yan category 1, category 2. But in practice, especially in NCR, nakita natin is category 3. Tama po ba?
Not necessarily, Mr. Chair. If you will observe our bike lane in Rojas Boulevard, these are protected even by railings. In EDSA, there are separators, but these are more of bollards and some, what do you call this, curbs. Because we have to give access to the establishments along EDSA. And of course, we have the challenge on how to clear the sidewalks on other areas, Mr.
Mr. Chair, in the case po, no, yung mga category 3, along especially EDSA, it's not always consistent na may bollards. How does that play into the fact po na this would now lessen the lanes? Because I'm sure part of safety, yung guidelines sa DPWH would be the appropriate width of the lane for motor vehicles. So kapag ganun na kalahat nagagamit, what is the actual stand? Ano pa yung use ng other half na yun?
Yeah, indeed, that was a challenge, no? In fact, during the inception of that project, we were not in favor of putting up a bike lane on EDSA because of the safety concerns. But we came up with the standard of a 1.5 minimum bike lane or non-motorist transport lane. And if you get 1.5, practically the whole lane will be not useful anymore for one lane width, no? So there was a proposal for a road diet, more so that the bus carousel also ate up more than one lane of our EDSA. So there was a proposal for a road dieting, but I believe there were questions on the proposed width, no, which was only from 3.25 to 2.8 meter per lane. So there was a proposal from MMDA and DOTR to diet our lane width. But based on the BOD standards, it was not approved, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I guess that's something we'll look into as we go on. Mr. Chair, one more question po regarding the special provision number 10. It makes mention of at-grade pedestrian cross pathways and such. Sorry, this seems technical. Ano po ba yung at-grade, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me just to explain, no, he wants to, parang hindi familiar po, no? All pedestrian crossings and or footpaths and sidewalks to be constructed in accordance with this provision shall by default be at grade for the inclusion of persons with disabilities, senior citizens, pregnant women, children with strollers, tourists with luggage, and parents with children, consistent with public health and safety regulation.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That was part of the observation of Korean knowledge sharing program, that indeed in the Philippines we haven't implemented that, Mr. Chair. So it will be part of the improvements of our guidelines, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, does this include yung already existing? Kasi if we recall a few years back, we were highlighted across the world by having that one pedestrian lane, that crossway that went 3 stories over the MRT. So
Yeah, Mr.
moving forward, are we going to be implementing this upgrade retroactively?
Yes, Mr. Chair, because we have to assess all those when the guidelines will be out. Of course, you're talking about the pedestrian overpass along EDSA. It was not a project of the DPWH, Mr.
In that case, kaninong project po yun, Mr. Chair?
It was, I believe, an MMMDA project.
So, Mr. Chair, if we have a special provision on that here sa DPWH, and we also have another agency conducting public works, ano pong mangyayari dito? How do we integrate these two? I believe this is a constant issue, no, Mr. Chair?
Before the Honorable Secretary answers, I'd like to remind our colleague to wrap up.
Just a short response here, Your Honor. I think with the preparation of the new guidelines, I think we just have to coordinate with the other agents, particularly involves crossing our national roads, Your Honor. Right? That it's incumbent upon the Department of Public Works and Highways to make sure that the use of national highways in accordance with guidelines that would be acceptable to Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I agree. As the DPWH is the expert on this matter, siguro they should follow talaga yung guidelines that you said. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the indulgence of the extra time. I have other questions, but I guess I would have to reserve it for the plenary. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Now we go back. Since there are no more minority members on the list, I'd like to talk to the Secretariat to just inform the chair if there are other minority members who will arrive. Meantime, I will be calling the members of the majority who are in the list. Next on the list is Vice Chairman Roy Loyola. You're not around. Representative Ron Salo. Not around. Representative Mangawang. You are now recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. To our good Secretary, Honorable Manny Bunuan, and Department of Public Works and Highways family. And to my colleagues, na imbag nga malam tayo amin nga awan labas na. As early as now, Mr. Chair, I would like to manifest my support for the approval in due time of the budget of the Department of Public Works. However, Mr. Chair, there is just one concern that I would like to be clarified and to be assured of, Mr. Chair. And I would like to flashback during the preparation of the budget for 2024, the instruction for the different district offices was to base their programming on the previous NEP of 2023. After the second son of our president, copies of our respective national expenditure program were furnished our offices. Later, during the DPWH one-on-one with the different parties, we were furnished our structured national expenditure program, which is supposedly the budget ceiling for its engineering district. However, Mr. Chair, majority of the listings that were listed in both National Expenditure Program for 2024 were not those that were prepared and prioritized by the different engineering districts. Thus, which was the subject of errata by the different engineering districts. Now, Mr. Chair, with the submitted errata by the different district engineering office nationwide, could we get the assurance of our secretary that whatever that was prepared by the different engineering districts which were reviewed and endorsed by by the different regional offices, may we be assured that this would be retained in our GA, Mr. Proposed GA?
Your Honor, yes, as we have intimated to the members of Congress, actually one-on-one meeting, I think we suggested that if that the projects that included in your post national expenditure program in district are not the priority. I said we intimated that and we suggested actually that this can be changed through rata, provided there is only, Your Honor, that has to be conformity with the 70-30 formula that we have agreed. In other words, the projects in 001 and 002 should be the same, and 00 and the local projects should be intact as well. I mean the percentages. However, again, if you think that your projects in you cannot transfer the allocation for the 70% to the local projects, but local projects you can transfer it 70% for the core program of the department. Yes, Your Honor, we certainly will implement the errata that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But I'm just being particular with the budgetary ceiling that you have given to the different list. Sometimes, Mr. Chair, napapalitan ito pagdating sa national office without the approval of the one who prepared the programs. Kaya yun lang ang fear natin. Sana yung ma-approve, Mr. Chair, were those that were prepared by the different engineering offices that were also viewed and endorsed by the respective regional officer. Yun lang po ang concentration natin, Mr. Chair, is the budget that was given to us with the ceiling, Mr.
Your Honor, we can assure you that we will assure you that the changes through the errata that you submitted will be the ones that will be followed, Your Honor, for as long as within the same categories.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. That's all. Yun lang po ang aking tanong. And again, I manifest my support for the immediate approval in due time of the budget of the Department of Public Works. Maraming salamat po. Yusti Agnina, Pagmanen, Kamalimte Aminan.
Thank you. Now, next on the list of majority members is Elso Tehencia, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the DPWH family, headed by Secretary Manuel Bunuan, good afternoon. As usual, Mr. Chairman, this representation would like to manifest to support the budget of the DPWH. However, I have one concern, particularly in my district because it is newly created. We are in dire need of the procurement of heavy equipment, Mr. Chairman, in order for them to function efficiently and effectively in my own district. ASEC Hilye was once of our district engineer office before when I was the mayor of Iligan City, and he knows the background of Iligan City. As of now, Honorable Secretary, we have only one unit excavator, one unit dump truck, and one unit loader. So all of this equipment were given to us by our regional director, Engineer Tan. So Honorable Secretary, sana naman ma-incorporate doon sa budget natin na mabigyan, doon sa capital outlay, na mabigyan ng isang road roller, isang grader, at saka dalawang 10-wheeler dump trucks. Sana po yung mga kasamahan ko, hindi na lang magsisilos dahil lahat ng mga equipment ay na-absorb doon sa First District of Lanao del Norte, Mr. Chair and Honorable Secretary.
I will take note of that, Your Honor, and we can assure you that for as long as the proposal for our maintenance and other operating expenses as we have proposed in our 2024 budget, sana po manatili and it will improve. We can assure you that there will be funds that we can allocate for.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Now I recognize next on the list, Representative Marcoleta. I do not see here. Representative Nograles, not here. Yeah. Muhammad Aglas, wala. Vice Chair Alan T. Hi. Wait, there is a manifestation of Representative Paglas. Let me just read, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to express this manifestation of mine for the budget briefing of Department of Public Works and Highways. Mr. Chair, for the Secretary's information, I have expressed my support to a bill sponsored by Honorable Romeo Momo, which aims to create another DPWH regional office in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, as well as establish a new district engineering office in the region. I believe that this will even improve the services of the agency in our region. I hope that the good Secretary Bonoan, as a head of Public Works and Highways, will also show his support to this House bill and its objectives. For some time now, we are just trying to make a workaround on how we implement our local and national infrastructure projects to one of the regional offices of the DPWH outside the BARMM region. I will not go into the details and specifics of this for now, as this might actually require not just one meeting but a series of collaborations between a couple of regional offices concerned. For now, Mr. Chair, I simply would like to express my 100% support to the budget of this very important department. We even need to increase our support to this institution, perhaps through additional funding. Please count me in. And sincerely hope, however, that this agency will support and endorse more infrastructure projects, flood control programs, and other kinds of initiatives that will bring more economic opportunities to the people of Mindanao. Because the only way that we can sustain a lasting peace and order is for the people to experience better quality of life, or at least a chance to improve their lives now and in the future. That being said, Mr. Chair, as of this point, this representative does not have any policy-related questions. I do have some parochial concerns, but these are matters that I hope to discuss with the good secretary, perhaps in another venue and time, if the schedule of the good secretary will permit. So again, Mr. Chair, I sincerely reiterate my support to the department, to its leadership, and under Secretary Bonoan, to its budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time given to this representation. At muli po, magandang umaga sa lahat ng ating mga kasama ngayong araw na ito. Thank you. Now we shall recognize a good friend, Mr. Bambi, Honorable Bambi Amano.
Thank you. Ngayong hapon. The air is so tense, Mr. Chairman. and of course to the DPWH family. Mr. Chairman, I'm not gonna take 5 minutes. All depend on the answer. Mr. Chairman, of course, thank Secretary Bonoan and of course Yusuf Cabral. Remember last year I asked for street lights in Lagindingan, and last Monday, that was September 1, we were able to inaugurate it, Mr. Chairman, and successfully with the Honorable Governor. And let's have the flag there. We were able to inaugurate it, Mr. Chairman, and it was very successful. And 10 million was more than enough for the lights. So we were also able to purchase CCTV for the access road, Mr. Chairman. So those were the access roads that we were able to inaugurate last Monday. Much as I would want to thank all of you, you know, more than almost half of Mindanao is using Lagindingan Airport, and to remind you that was where one member of the House of Representatives were ambushed. And now with CCTV and lights, I believe that it would be safer for those who travel in and out, vice versa, Lagindingan. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you from the people from the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental. Thank you. And let me go more to a little more serious part, Mr. Chairman. May I know if for the fiscal year 2022, how much was obligated by DPWH, Mr. Chairman?
Your Honor, for fiscal year 2022, the obligation, well, let me start with the allotment that we received 2020. A total of 898.1 billion pesos. Current year allotment that we received 120 billion, and the prior years from the 2022 was 77.8 billion. Our obligation at the time was out of the current year, we were able to allocate from January to December 789 billion pesos. In the prior years allotment, we were able the department was able to obligate 67.5 billion pesos.
Thank you. Because the record that I have from the Commission on Audit, about 4.63% or 41 billion worth of projects were unobligated. Would DPWH confirm?
Suppose so, Your Honor, but our record, as we have pointed out, Your Honor, that as of July this year, I have to track back a little bit, that the cash program for 2022 is up to end of December this year. So as of July 31, 2023, this year, Your Honor, that there is only about 18.1 billion pesos that's remaining to be allocated for fiscal year 2020 budget.
Yeah. We actually, hopefully, will be able to reconcile this, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Secretary. But I brought this up, Mr. Secretary, because with 41 billion or even with 81 billion, I believe that is still a lot of money where hopefully it can be implemented with projects. And if you remember, last year, I was standing on that rostrum. I was able to present to you regarding the Misamis Oriental West Diversion Road, which was MODER. Let me refresh your memory, Mr. Secretary. Very short. There. That was the MODER that I presented to you last year. It actually was a road that hopefully will be able to help decongest the traffic in Cagayan de Oro and protect the 2nd District of Misamis Oriental and the roads between Iligan of Congressman Celso Regencia and the city of Cagayan de Oro. And I was fortunate that last year we were given funds. And this was the report that I had taken and asked from the regional office. Thank you, by the way, to Regional Director Tan. And those were the projects that were paid with the funds that you were able to allot to Camis Oriental. But when I browsed to the 2024 NEP, Mr. Chairman, I was so saddened because there was no fund allotted for the continuation of the project that we started this year. Mr. Chairman, can I beg on bended knee the good secretary, may we able to continue the Misamis Oriental West Diversion Route?
There are two ways that we can do, Your Honor. Priority project of I would just point in time, because we're just working on allocation from the national expenditure program, accordance with the allocation at the time. There are two ways. If the priority have to fund, can reprioritize some of the projects that program 14 program.
But Chairman, Mr. Secretary, I'm one of those who have less of the projects and budgets for calendar next year. I was hoping that you will be able to help us within the province. It's a continuing project anyway, Mr. Secretary. Hopefully, you'll be able to help us.
We'll take note of this, Mr. Chairman, and do.
Thank you.
Budget is
You know, seeing it is good enough already for the representative of the second Camis Oriental, called Mr. I know that you can see it clearly, Secretary. And of course, Mr. Secretary, I thank you. That was actually the only concern that I'm really hoping that we will project which definitely be able to connect not Cagayan, but will develop 75,000 hectares of agriculture. And of course, lastly, was able to ask Secretary Yusek Cabral, the access roads done. Yung isa naman ngayon, access road din. Pero maliit lang. But believe me, you know, the same implement. There's more funds. Maliit lang po. I'll have my staff bring the letter to your. Hopefully, you'll be help us.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll take note of that. I will have discussions with the Director.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, of course, support the budget. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much, Representative Emano. Next on the list, the Chair recognizes Vice Chair Alan T.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Secretary, good afternoon to the members, the DPW family. In your presentation, distribution DPW fiscal year 2023 GAA versus fiscal year 2024 NEP on capital outlays by region, can you give us a presentation on the distribution per engineering on capital outlays, including region-wide? Make the presentation.
Your Honor, we'll take note of that requirement. Of course, we have actually distribution per legislative honor in the entire country.
Yes, Mr. Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you furnish the presentation copy?
Yes, sir.
On the distribution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That's all my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative T. Next on the list, I'll go through. I know these representatives are not here, but I just have to go through the list. Representative Howard Ginto, not here. Jojo Lara, not here. Representative Pandigan, not here. Representative Acheron, not here. Representative Caresma, not here. Christopher De Venecia, not here. Representative Lumayag, here. Representative Dionisio, not here. Representative Joboy Aquino, not here. Representative Garcia. Representative Erwin Cheng, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Secretary, WH family. Question lang po regarding yung North and South Harbor. So, meron pong bridge na nagko-connect ng Parola, Paseco. So, may we know from the chairman kung ano yung status ng bridge as of today?
Your Honor, I think project that is now, this is a design and build project, Your Honor. Design, detail engineering design is ongoing, Your Honor. But I think there are some challenges with regard to alignment.
Mr. Chairman, is the bridge project already awarded or are we in the design phase? Meron na ho ba tayong contractor?
This is a foreign assisted project and it has already been awarded a design build contract with China Roads, Your Honor.
China Road. So Mr. Chairman, awarded na siya but how about yung ISF natin na kasi sa distrito ko meron akong around 1,600 families that will be affected by this project. So as you mentioned kanina that the project has been already awarded on a design and build. So gusto ko lang malaman if it were yung status ng ISF ko was already considered with this design and build project, sir.
If it will involve actually relocation of families, I think it have to be incorporated into the project cost, Your Honor. We will make sure that there will be enough funds actually to it that the affected families in accordance with the education policy.
Yes, sir. Kasi as mentioned to me by some of the people from DPWH, yung ISF issues natin will be fixed by the local government. But I checked with the local government namin, wala naman advice sa kanila na sila yung mag-handle ng ISF. Kasi this is around 1,600 sa district ko, then one barangay sa District 1, ni Congressman Dionisio. Sure.
Your Honor, I think the coordination that we are doing with the local government is to find out if there would be in-city relocation areas where we can transfer. No? But again, the funding requirement for whichever, no, kung merong in-city location sites or in some other areas, and the cost of it will have to be borne by the project.
Yes, sir. Yung bridge, the bridge will cost us 4 billion pesos in loans from China. So I was wondering if the 4 billion includes the resettlement of the 1,600 ISF sa district ko and another few hundred sa or 1,000 sa District 1. So kung kasama na po ba siya dun sa 4 billion na budget para dito sa proposed bridge?
Yes, Your Honor. Kasama na ba yata doon? And if that will be the total project cost, it will include actually all the civil works and the right-of-way acquisition, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Kasi nabanggit nyo kanina na na-award na siya o na-design and build and may budget. Pero there was no mention kung ano yung settlement para dun sa mga ISF namin. Wala siyang allocated budget sa 4 billion. So may I know from the chairman kung magkano yung allocated budget for settlement ng aming ISF na part ng 4 billion na yon?
Yes, Your Honor. I will just trying to get
Thank you, sir.
the figure, but I can assure you that it's going to be included, Your Honor. But even before civil works will start on construction of this project, we have to make sure that the resettlement and the right-of-way acquisition would have been done, Your Honor, before the civil works will be implemented, Your Honor.
Sir, so Mr. Chairman, can I get a commitment from the good secretary that we'll put the project on hold until we have compensated and settled fully all the 1,600 ISF in my district and another 1,000 sa District 1, sir?
Yeah, can I clarify a little bit, Your Honor, that civil works, the construction will be put on hold until the resettlement is settled, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. With regards to the planning, lahat naman yun pinaplano pa. Pero ibig sabihin,
Design.
yes, sir, I agree. I agree with yung actual civil works. Sabihin yung on the ground na construction, we will can we agree that it will be put on hold until we settle?
We can assure you that, Your Honor, because we are not going to implement, we're not going to start construction if there are families that will be affected, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. That's all. That's all my questions. Thank you very much, Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list, Jojo Ang, who I believe will yielding his time in support for the good secretary. Representative Pantaleon Alvarez. Next is Vice Chair President Lim Kai Chong. Now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And mayong hapon sa tanan, especially the Secretary. So this, I only have very few questions and related to the queries of Representative Suarez earlier regarding the allocation of projects per district. So, Secretary, you said it was based on 7 parameters. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
The formula that considers 7 parameters, Your Honor.
Yes. So, it is also my understanding that the projects are benchmarked 70-30% allocation for the allocable amount allocation for 70% for national road and 30% for local infrastructure program. Is this correct?
Well, that was our proposal at the time, and I think it was actually, to some extent, it was agreed with the Appropriations Committee, Your Honor.
So how was DPWH able to identify which priority programs would fall under the 30%?
These are local priorities, actually, Your Honor. This should be the ones that would be prioritized by members of Congress, including the convergence, Your Honor, in accordance with a menu for local infrastructure projects that should be considered, Your Honor. But may I just clarify a little bit, Your Honor, that the 30% for local infrastructure that we are talking about would include, of course, the local priorities of members of Congress, but at the same time, it also includes the allocation for projects under the convergence programs of the department and other agencies.
Yes, because the reason why I want a clarification on this, because when the district was asked to identify priority local infrastructure program, the convergence issue, or the convergence fund was not included. And under that special provision, there are allocations for your conversion program with various departments, right? Like tourism, the trip program with DOT, which amount to 13.967 billion. Road leveraging linkages of industries and trade, or the Roll It with DTI, amounting to 10.02 billion. And we also have the Tatag ng infrastructure program with TICAS, no? With the PNP, DNP. Yan. So it is my assumption that when we were identifying at the district level the 30% LIPs, this is a separate funding because there's a special provision specifically for this trip and Roll It and TICAS program.
That's correct, Your Honor. I think this came through with the 2023 budget that the allocations for the convergence program was also included in local priorities 2023 program, Your Honor, including those that were projects under the Department of Tourism, the projects under the Department of Trade and Industry, support to the Department of Transportation, and the National Irrigation Administration.
Yes, like to by yung assumption namin, no? Because there's a special provision specifically for this convergence program. So most representatives, I would say, submitted priority list of their tourism, Department of Trade, Industry, infrastructure program to the different agencies. Which so how did they what was the process? Did they submit their list of priorities DPWH for consideration, or was it DPWH they had all these lists and just went through it, and what was the process?
Convergence programs actually, Your Honor, emanates from the agencies. The agencies themselves who are in convergence with the Department of Public Works and Highways, and most of these projects are actually road projects, Your Honor, access roads to various destinations with the other agencies in accordance with their development programs, Your Honor, like the tourism convergence program. These are roads leading to tourism destinations. And for the Department of Trade and Industry, these are roads leading to small, medium enterprises. And for Department of Transportation would be to provide access leading to ports, airports, and seaports, Your Honor. And for National Irrigation Administration would be for the development of water impounding projects and service roads in rice areas.
So are you saying, the good secretary, that the 166 convergence and special support programs, of which 30.435 billion convergence program, part of Locable?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, in the spirit of transparency, well, at least for this 2024 budget, it's clear. So how much is allocated for convergence and how much for LIP? Yung percentage po.
I can, what I can recall, Your Honor, is that the EIP is allocated the member of Congress 120 plus an additional of
That's not your question because in my experience po, we were asked to submit a list of priority programs for the local infrastructure program. So we submitted a list equivalent to 30% of the allocable, which are all local programs. But what came out in the NEP was all convergence, zero local infrastructure program that we prioritized. Yun ang nangyari sa akin. That's why, yeah, so I want to know and want to make sure that this is clear, not only to me, but to all representatives and our different districts on how it should be allocated. Ilang percent pang conversions, ilang percent ang local, or we can do all local, or we can do as well all convergence. Ano ba talaga yung guidelines?
Well, the guidelines, Your Honor, is actually to put the first allocation for convergence programs because many of these projects are already ongoing and we are going to support actually completion of ongoing projects. However, let me point out that for new projects under the convergence program, we leave it up to the priority. And I suppose this is what we have been emphasizing to the other agencies, that when there are new projects in their convergence projects, it has to be well coordinated with the legislative districts, Your Honor. Now, if it has not been done so in preparation of the convergence programs for new projects, we leave it up to the members of Congress.
Thank you very much for that answer because that was what I was waiting for you to say. There has to be a discussion, coordination with the district. Apparently, in this 2024, it's not that, I've been going through my list and I just found out that there was really no discussion or coordination with the district. Kaya that's I think has to be corrected, no? And all the district engineers and the regional engineers should be able to take note of this. Kasi nga, yun ang nangyari sa district ko.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I have mentioned our one-on-one discussions before, I think that the new projects that under the convergence programs of the other agencies that has been part of your allocable, and I think you can replace it with your priority projects through an errata at this point in time, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you very much for that, and I'm doing that as well. Last question is about the motor vehicles usage tax. How much did the DPWH receive from the Treasury, no, regarding the roaders users tax for the past 2020, 21, 22?
For the motor vehicle usage charge fund, Your Honor.
Yes.
Well, let me again say that motor vehicle user charge fund is already part of the General Appropriations Act. And I think if our recollection, I think what has been sourced from the motor vehicle user charge fund in a result of about 15 billion that supported our general appropriations budget for 2024.
So you're saying that since it's part of the general fund, all came from the Treasury, binibigyan na lang kayo ng 15 billion
out of the motor vehicle.
out of the total because kasi wala nang a board, di ba? Wala nang MBUC board. So it is really the Treasury now that is allocating a certain amount from the motor vehicles users tax to DPWH. And where's this, how are you using these funds?
We don't distribute it on a distribution mechanism, Your Honor, because it's already part of the general appropriations. So it is part of the ceiling that has been allocated to each legislative district, Your Honor. We don't distinguish already the what is motor vehicle charge fund portion and what is the rest of it. It mingled up with all the funds.
So it's incorporated
Yes,
sa
Your
funds
Honor.
niyo lahat.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So I just want that clarified because under the law, there's still the road support fund, the local fund, wala na yon.
I believe it has been amended, Your Honor, that the motor vehicle user charge fund is going to be already in general fund in itself.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it, Chairman.
Thank you. Next on the list would be Representative Peter Miguel, not here. And now we recognize Vice Chair Bante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, Mr. Chair, our good Secretary has been a friend of mine for many years. And of course, he knows that I am full support. H. The Cabral over there has been a friend. Yusek Bernardo, where's Yusek? Used to work in the city of Manila. Other
Your Honor.
family of magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Now, my questions, Mr. Chair, is not only to clear the air among our colleagues, but also, you see, this is a public hearing, and thousands of our kababayans are listening and watching right now. We would like let them know WH is actually using the fund and budget given to them in the right way for the Filipino people. No, because infrastructure is very important in the development of the country, and I think that you know that. And our Filipino people are actually watching, and they are already judging even before they would be able to know the projects. Therefore, Mr. Chair, my first question would be this. For 2024, the DPWH is seeking a 255 billion peso budget just for flood control. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor.
Mas mataas pa po ito sa budget ng mga department. Example, 232.2 billion ang budget ng Department of National Defense for 2024, 209.9 billion for the Department of Social Welfare and Development, and 181.4 billion for the Department of Agriculture. So ang unang tanong ko po, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary, ay paliwanag nga po natin sa taong bayan. Saan po ba balak dalhin ng DPWH ang perang ito?
Ito pong pera for flood control projects have all been distributed into the allocable amount of each legislative district, Your Honor, partly. The utilization of this amount that has been allocated is in the priority programs of each legislative district, yung flood control, Your Honor. Because I know that they have many priority areas that they would like to implement for flood control projects. The other thing, Your Honor, is part of this allocation of 194 billion for flood control in 2024 will be to finance actually yung major flood control projects in 18 major river basins throughout the country. Your Honor, I would like to emphasize that throughout the country, there are thousands and thousands of rivers that go through in the Philippines. And because of the requirements to address flood control in many areas, ito po ay ginagamit the priority areas for each legislative district to address yung mga flooding problems nila in this.
Mr. Chair, maraming salamat sa kasabi. When you speak of different legislative district, Mr. Chair, we have around 35 or 36 districts in the country. We would like Filipino people to realize that it is not just district congressman who's actually using it, but also the senators, di ba? And of course, the party list congressman.
Yes, sir.
So I would like to find out, Mr. Chair, how do we allocate that among the senators and the party list congressman who does not belong to any district at all?
Well, Your Honor, the utilization of the allocation for each legislative district, we give it the free hand actually in the selection of their priorities for roads, flood control, and other projects actually that will be included finally in the National Expenditure Program of government. This was a process that was done before we printed out the National Expenditure Program, and all of these projects lined up, Your Honor, is actually vetted out, and it was presented under the Cabinet Development Budget Coordinating Committee, and finally it was approved by President that has to be incorporated in national budget, Your Honor.
So therefore, Mr. Chair, it's not actually, we may call it equitable, but it is according to priority and the need of the district.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. Kasi tinanong po kanina yung yung equitable no? Tinanong, kaya gusto ko lang pong emphasize that this might not be equitable, but it's according to the need of a district, that the priority measures. Pinaka lang tinamaan ng mga pagbaha ay ang Region 3. Yan.
Opo.
At alam ko naman na lahat ng Metro Manila dumadaan po dyan Okay. In fact, hanggang ngayon, kahit wala ng ulan at baha, baha pa din ilang mga bayan ng Bulacan at Pampanga. So, why is it? Ang nakapagkataka lang dito, Mr. Chair. So, why is it that the whole Region 3 would only get 10 billion peso or 3.9% of the total budget for flood control for 2024?
Well, let me point it this way, Your Honor. It's, as I said, yung allocable amount for legislative district and the priorities in utilization of allocable amount is left with coordination members of Congress and of course our district hearing offices. And of course, the local government unit, for that matter, Your Honor. So, what we are saying that this amount that has been allocated for flood control has been a process. This allocation has gone through a process determining what are the priorities actually in legislative. But having said that, this is not the only project in this legislative district that are being implemented in Region 3, Your Honor, because there are foreign-assisted projects that are being implemented, which is not part of the allocable amount of its legislative district in Region 3. So we
Mr.
have
Chair.
foreign-assisted projects ongoing that are supported by the Korean Exim Bank, Your Honor.
Ilan po sila, Mr. Chair? Ang Korean lang po ba o meron pang iba?
For the time being, it's the Korean assisted projects. But now, again, for 2024, we might be able to start implementing a major project in Region 3, which is actually the Central Luzon Pampanga River Floodway and San Antonio Swamp Ring Dike, Your Honor. this is going to be the biggest flood control project in Region 3. And this will involve the construction of about more than 60 kilometers of floodway from the mouth of the San Antonio Swamp all the way to to Manila Bay. And our estimate, Your Honor, is this will cost more than 200 billion pesos.
Mr. Chair, maraming salamat po sa paliwanag because at least alam po ng Pilipino, alam po ng kababayan natin anong gagawin po ninyo, no ha? Pero ito, nung nagpunta ang ating Pangulo sa Pampanga, Mr. Chair, nung kasagsagan ng baha, nag-command conference po siya ron. Oo. At ipinangako ng DPWH na mapopondohan sa 2024 ang 60-kilometer floodway project sa Pampanga at Bulacan. Pero the 2024 National Expenditures Program, it did not contain funding for a 60-kilometer floodway in the region. So, ang tanong po dyan, ito, palagay ko, nasagot na ng ating secretary, no? So, saan kukunin po ang pondo ng tinatawag nating 60-kilometer floodway project? Yun po ba yung pinangako ng Korean na Exim-Bank na ating loan? Yun po ba yung loan?
And, Your Honor, it's not the same as the Korean program.
Okay.
Korean program is ongoing, and in fact, the phase 1 of the Korean program will be completed by December this year, and it is a continuing program pa rin po yung Korean financed flood control program in the Pampanga area. What we are talking about, the 60-kilometer floodway, is under preparations pa po, and this is already part of it is allocated under the foreign assisted program of the department. It's not included in the allocable amount of the legislative districts. Separate po yung allocation po nito.
Mr. Chair, nakabasa ako ng isang news release na mukhang nagbibiro lang ang pangako ni Secretary Bonoan tungkol dito. So pakipaliwanag lamang po, Mr. Chair, saan po natin kukunin yung 60-kilometer floodway project sa Pampanga kung wala ito sa 2024 NEP?
Partly, Your Honor, there is a portion that has already been allocated for the project preparation activities, Your Honor. And this, we are in the process of discussing the final arrangements with the Asian Development Bank to finance the entire project, Your Honor, of the construction of this more than 60-kilometer of floodway, Your Honor. We hope that by the end of the year, we should be able to complete the discussions, and by next year, we can start the undertaking of the detailed engineering designs. Kailangan po itong mapag-aralan yung engineering designs of the type of infrastructure that we will be implementing, including yung retarding basin in San Antonio Swamp, and thereafter, then the civil works will be implemented thereafter, Your Honor.
Karoon yata, Mr. Chair, ng argument pa ron sa command conference na yan. So, siguro ang question kung susunod, Mr. Chair, kailan po ba timeline natin na maaaring matapos ang floodway na yan para maging maginhawa po sa travelers that traverses at least 3 provinces, no? Bulacan, Pampanga, and Tarlac.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, as I said, if everything goes well in our discussions with Asian Development, we expect that we will probably start civil works by 2025. And thereafter, it's a long stretch of floodway, 60 kilometers, Your Honor, and we'll try our best actually to substantially complete actually within the term of the President.
Alam ko, Mr. Chair, maraming nanonood at nakikinig ngayon ng mga taga-Bulacan, taga-Pampanga tungkol sa budget hearing na ito. Pero ito po, no? Ngayong 2023, the Chair, the DPWH has a total of 280.6 billion budget for flood management alone. Totoo po yun, di ba, Mr. Chair?
Before the Honorable Secretary answers, I'd like to remind our colleague to wrap up. Thank you.
More or less, Your Honor, that would be found.
And this is broken down as follows. 183 billion flood control fund in the national budget, 94.8 billion for flood mitigation structures, protecting public infrastructure or facilities, and 2.8 billion in foreign assisted projects. 208.6 billion DPWH flood control budget for 2020. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, para sa taong ito, 2023, may budget for flood management ang DPWH na halagang 1.79 billion kada araw. Po, binibilang po yan ng ating mga magagaling taong bayan. Pero bakit po, ang tanong po nila ganito bakit po malala pa din ang baha sa Metro Manila at sa mga probinsya? Hindi naman pala problema ang pera, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Would you please be able to clear that to us today?
Well, I could only offer a short explanation for it, Your Honor. If you have mentioned actually that the allocation that we're spending more than 1 billion a day for flood control. And we have to understand that there are so many rivers all over the country, and the extent of the flooding problems now with climate change getting serious and serious, and I think the flood control projects should be given priorities at this point in time, Your Honor. The other thing that I would like to emphasize is that these priorities that you have mentioned actually in the flood control projects were a product of the assessment at the legislative districts to be implemented, Your Honor. This is a continuing program, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
I'd
Thank
like
you.
to end my questions right now. I would like to assure the Secretary of DPWH and DPWH family that this representation officially would endorse and support the budget of DPWH. Kaya maraming salamat po, and I believe that this has been made clear, among the thousands of Filipinos watching this proceeding right now. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me just read through. Next in the list is Representative Biron, not here. So now I recognize Representative Ana York Bondok. You're now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for recognizing and a very good afternoon po sa ating butihing secretary and his USEC, si Ma'am Cathy, si Camille, Yusek Mutok, and Yusek Pipo, si Canlas po. And sa lahat po, first of all, there's been a lot of questions about flooding. I am the most affected and the most flooded area in the entire Philippines. Na sigurong iba, I would like to take a different approach and thank the Department of Public Works and Highways for the many years po of support, both foreign and local, that we have received. So ako po, as the most flooded area and the one that is affecting majority of Luzon and possibly even the Philippines, as envisioned by the 5-hour Carmageddon that happened when the NLEX was inundated. I'd like to say that I received a lot of support from the Department of Public Works and Highways, and I look forward to future cooperation and future flood control projects. Alam mo, I'd also like to thank po our regional director personally, si RD Dong Tolentino, sa lahat po ng tinulong nila, especially during the last 2 months. So, marami pong nagsalita, pero ako po ang nakaranas. So I would like to thank you all personally and find areas of cooperation and support po for the coming years. So mahirap po talaga ang baha. There's no one final solution. The solution is holistic. It's like a jigsaw puzzle na unti-unti po nating binubuo. So I'd like to personally thank Secretary for that. Though I would like to thank my colleagues for bringing up the issue and not forgetting po. Hapon lang, ako po ay lumusong pa rin sa baha sa amin, unfortunately wearing a terno. Ganun eh. Meanwhile, so my question po is, during the flooding 2 months ago, numerous flood control structures at saka were destroyed. At saka po nadurog yung mga daan namin because of the main roads which were flooded. So everybody passed through the dark roads at nadurog po yun. During previous floods, we either availed of the calamity fund, and after Ondoy, there was actually a Japanese foreign loan. Where do we request po for repairs? May calamity fund pa po ba, or are we making a short, quick loan to a foreign country?
Your Honor, yes, there is still a calamity fund that is being administered by NDRRMC. So I think we can avail for calamity funds, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for that. And meron na po kaming, actually, people are asking us bakit late po yung submission namin nung nabaha. Hindi po namin ma-inspection dahil hanggang ngayon may tubig pa po. Actually, sa San Simon exit, if you turn left, maraming tubig. So, during the recent floods, the NLEX was inundated, causing a 5-hour Carmageddon and a 10-kilometer backup. So, what I got from this is that the NLEX is already threatened. Nangyari na. What we were all worried about already happened, and the NLEX is now not only threatened, but already has suffered the consequences of climate change and flooding. This has very serious consequences, not only for our district, not only for the province of Pampanga, but for the entire Philippines. Dahil halos lahat po tayo ay nakadaan at dumadaan araw-araw sa NLEX. It affected trade and business. Hindi po the trucks were stuck. It affected Clark Airport and tourism. Ang dami palang hindi nakaalis. And even just regular commuters. Yesterday, 2 days ago, during the budget hearing of the DOTR, the TRB said, quote-unquote, the NLEX is full. In other words, full capacity na po yung NLEX. And when I asked them what is their solution, they said, NALEX. So my question po is, it is painfully obvious that we need more alternate roads and bridges going to and fro north and south. Right now po, we are building through a multi-year process, 5 bridges and numerous access roads. Does the good secretary agree na hindi na po talaga economically feasible or even for national defense na dalawa lang po ang daan papuntang norte? That is MacArthur Highway, which is at this point flooded pa rin, and the NLEX. Would the good secretary agree with me that alternate roads and bridges are needed right now? Because at any point po na lumakas ang ulan, baka ma-flood po uli yung NLEX.
Yes, Your Honor, I fully agree with you that we have to develop alternate roads, actually, particularly in Region 3, so that we can cater for traffic volume requirement passing through Region 3, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for that, and I hope for us to cooperate and continue to build our 5 bridges and numerous access roads. Kasi po, sinabi po ng Pangulo, itataas po yung NLEX. But all of us who have lived through flood control know that inaatake po ng tubig yung lowest point. So unless makalabas po yung tubig talaga, kahit ho itaas natin yung NLEX, may maiiwan. So yung may iwan na yun naman yung mababaha. And kahit na we pump it out, may tinatawag po tayong seepage from underground. So in other words, unless we do a holistic approach din po, mababaha ho uli yung NLEX. So based on that question, what's the status po of dredging? Pwede na ho ba tayong magbigay ng dredgers sa mga mayors or kay governor para by administration na lang po? Kasi po, this is urgently needed.
Your Honor, I think that is a good suggestion. But unfortunately, for 2023, Your Honor, because of the reduced budgetary allocation for our operational maintenance and operational budget for dredging equipment, I hope that we can actually implement all this starting 2024, Your Honor, for providing we have the funds actually that can assign some of the dredging equipment to Region 3, Your Honor, to start the building and dredging.
Thank you so much for that. And definitely po, kailangan natin ng maintenance. Otherwise, pag wala pong dredging, hindi lang po kami ang mababaha, pero tayong lahat ang mababaha. So, I would like to put that on record na I'm actually very sorry that the NLEX was flooded. But however, I'm also very happy that the NLEX was flooded. You might be very wondering, bakit po? Because we realized that flooding, ang daling kalimutan lang yung mga tao pag hindi na humalakas ang ulan. Kaya lang, flooding is occurring and right now it's already threatening major infrastructures. So I'm sad that the NLEX was inundated but happy because nalabas po yung problema natin. And we realize that the problems po of our district are not merely local but they are national in nature. So sana po we realize that hindi po na siya allocable, hindi na po kaya ng allocable to, national na po ang problema natin. And I know and thank you for the various flood control projects that you have initiated. Realize that flooding is not something that is quickly solved, but is solved po with close attention to engineering, human culture, way of life, environmental, at lahat po yan pag nagsama, then we can probably work slowly towards a better condition for all of us. So yun lang po, and I hope that tinanong po sa akin ni Congressman Acop, please rank all engineering districts according to flood. Would you agree that ours was number 1?
Thank you, Your Honor. I think we will try to do that, Your Honor.
So salamat po. Thank you very much to the DPWH family. Maraming salamat po sa tulong nyo. And we will continue to work together and support your budget, especially the maintenance. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We now recognize Representative Acop.
Okay. Is there a second round?
You are the last on the first round, and
Yeah. Is there a second round? So I will signify for.
may first round pa. Okay, sorry.
So if-
I was looking a while ago. Wala na pong tao dyan, pero bumalik po lang po kayo. So meron pa after you, Representative Acop.
Thank you. And I would like to signify for the second round if possible. Okay. At the outset, Mr. Secretary, may I ask directly if in the 2023 budget there were deletions or insertions?
Your Honor,
Yes or no, Mr. Secretary? That's answerable by yes or no.
deletions under the National Expenditure Program, Your Honor.
No. Under the GA of
Under the-
2023, are there deletions or insertions?
There are additions and deletions, Your Honor,
There are deletions and insertions.
and insertions.
Okay. Next question. Are there multiple entries in the GA of 2023?
There had been multiple entries, Your Honor.
Now, lump sums are of two kinds insofar as the budget is concerned. One is legal, the other is not legal. Pursuant to the Supreme Court decision of the Balita case. Now, may I know if there are legal or there are lump sums which are not in accordance with the Constitution or with the decision of the Supreme Court in the Balita case in the 2023 budget?
Your Honor, I would not be in a position probably to say whether it is legal or illegal because this is a product of the product of Congress actually the final allocation of the
Mr.
General
Secretary, I'm
Appropriations
not
Act.
asking for your explanation. You have lawyers with you and you have your chief legal officer. You can ask him, please. Are there lump sums which are not considered legal insofar as the Balita case is concerned in the 2023 budget?
Your Honor, Your Honor, the General Appropriations Act is a law, and we have to adopt it as it is, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, I am a lawyer
Yes, Your Honor.
and I know. And that is why I'm asking you this. If there are lump sums, the 2023 budget that are considered not in accordance with the decision on the PDAP case or known as the Balita case. Yun lang po ang tinatanong ko, Mr. Secretary.
Your Honor, I would not be in a position, Your Honor, to say whether there are legal or illegal provisions in General Appropriations Act.
You have your legal officer, Secretary.
Well, we can ask our legal officers, but this has to be scrutinized, actually, Your Honor, if you...
Can I get an answer from you before the budget for the plenary here?
Your Honor, yes.
Okay. Now, in the 2024 budget, may I know if there are multiple entries? Can you guarantee that there are no multiple entry so far as 2024 budget is concerned?
Under the National Expenditure Program that we have allocated for
Yes,
it.
NEP. Are there? Kasi kayo po ang gumawa nito eh. Kayo ang nag-recommend sa DBM. So I'm asking whether there are multiple entries again in the 2024 budget.
Your Honor, I can only answer for what we prepared under the National Expenditure Program that is allocated for each.
It's your budget, Mr. Secretary.
Yes,
and
Your
you
Honor.
should know. You have your USEC there in charge of planning. He should be the one to answer this.
Well,
Kayo po ang nag-recommenda nito sa DBM, yung budget po. Para masali sa NEP. Alam ko naman yung budget cycle eh.
yes, Your Honor, I was informed that there
are multiple entries.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Are there also lump sums?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, may I know what is the criteria of the DPWH in allocating the regional allocation of the expenditure program of 822,200?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a formula that we have adopted in the allocation of the allocable amount for each legislative district, Your Honor, using a parametric formula that includes 7 parameters. I have
May I know the first three parameters?
The parameters that are being parametric formula includes land area, population, regional GDP, vulnerability to calamity, historical budget allocation for the last 6 years, and absorptive capacity, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. There are inequities in the allocation of funds, which are prevalent for various programs and sub-programs in your NEP. For instance, 26.3 billion or 45.1% of the 58.4 billion budget for construction of bypass and diversion roads. Sub-program will go to 3 regions only. And these 3 regions are namely Region 11 with 10.7 billion, Region 4A with 8.5 billion, and Region 10 with 7.1 billion. Why is this so? Are the different regions not entitled to this also?
Your Honor, I suppose that this allocation form parts of the allocable amount.
Yeah, that is not the issue I'm presenting, Mr. Secretary. Ito bang 58.4 billion budget for construction of bypass and diversion roads would go only to 3 regions? How about the other regions? Are they not also entitled to a part of this?
Just like to find out, actually, Your Honor, if the 58 billion is a lump sum amount that has been allocated or part of the allocable amount of each of legislative district, because I suppose that I don't recall that that we have a lump sum amount for the development of bypasses not included into legislative district allocation, Your Honor.
Can I please ask you, Kathy, is there no amount in your budget for of 58.4 billion for construction of bypass and diversion roads? Is there an amount or none?
There is an amount
Yes,
allocated
there
to
is an amount.
and diversion roads, Mr.
Mr. Secretary, there is an amount. My question is, why is it that only 3 regions got the amount? What about the other regions?
Your Honor, we would like to verify. Yeah, certainly, to my recollection, this is not an allocable amount, Your Honor, that we have specifically allocated for Region 3 and the other regions. Must have formed part of their priority projects.
Then, may I ask you, Sir Kathy, if this amount was not divided into the 3 regions? Kayo pong sumagot, Sir Kathy, kasi kayo po ang in charge ng planning.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Yun pong ating O1 or yung national...
No, ang tanong ko, sagutin po niyo yung tanong ko.
Yes.
Was this amount divided?
Hindi po divided siya as in divided.
No,
But
I said the 58.4 billion budget for construction of bypass and diversion roads will go to 3 regions only, namely Region 11 with 10.7 billion, Region 4A with 8.5 billion, and Region 10 with 7.1 billion. Is that true? Yes
can
or
you
no?
allow us...
Yes or no? Is that true?
Can
Yes or no?
you give us
Kung
time,
no,
sir? Because hindi po ata current na 3 lang ang po. Galing po sa data, hindi po 3 region lang yung makakatanggap nung bypass.
Sino po yung nagsagot ng no? Kasi pag verify ko ito doon sa inyong talagang kwan, and I will get back to you doon sa plenary.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
It's not true.
That only 3 regions will...
Siguruhin mo.
I am now given the information that it's not only 3 regions that those bypasses and diversion roads are going to get in the 2020.
Before anything else, the chair would like to remind our colleague that uh, the time is up and
Actually,
for him to wrap up.
sorry,
Yes.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
yes,
Thank you.
the bypasses and diversion routes budget in 2024 NEP of DP is regions 1, 2, 3, 4A, 4B, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 will get their share of the allocation for the
Yes.
present.
Now, which region got the highest? The first three.
Region 11 has the highest because they have long going diversion routes that are
Second,
been-
followed by
the second is
Region 4A,
Region 4A
Yes.
is the second.
and next Region 10.
And Region 10.
Uh,
Again, Your Honor, those are not the only regions that receive an allocation under the bypasses and diversion under the
Thank-
001.
Thank you,
Your Honor.
Madam Yusek. For my last question, Chair,
Go ahead.
may I ask, there's a 32.2 billion budget for road widening of national roads.
Of a program, Your Honor, for the road widening of the
Yes, 32.2 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And almost one half of that will be for Region 8, 4.5 billion, Region 7 with 3.8 billion, Region 5 with 3.5 billion, and Region 12 with 3.3 billion. Tama po ba?
Well, I have to, let me read, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Region 5 primary road widening, because we have primary and secondary. So, at 2.6 billion for Region 5 for the primary. Five for the primary. Another 770 with 2 million for the tertiary roads for Region 5.
Hindi po tayo, magtutugma po tayo dahil yung aking data ay galing din po sa NEP. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to the second round, and the chair would like to recognize Minority Leader. Oh, sorry. Would like to recognize Representative Luistro for here in Telconis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Ang lakas ah. And of course, to our guests from the DPWH. First, I wish to thank Secretary Manny Bonoan, Yusek Bernardo, our Regional Director Jovel Mendoza, and of course, our District Engineer for the support to our district, Batangas, 2nd District. Our district was able to take off with 2 distinct projects which have great impact not just to Batangas economy, but to the entire Philippine economy. I am referring to the Tingloy Circumferential Road, as well as the Mapini, Bawan, San Luis Primary Coastal Road. I wish to solicit the support of the DPWH for the continuity of this project in order that we will truly yield economic growth. Mr. Chair? May we hear from our good secretary?
This is continuing program that we are supporting, Your Honor, or even till 2024, Your Honor, program.
Thank you. Moving forward, Mr. Chair, I also wish to bring to the attention of the DPWH the construction of seawall in Bulacan Calamia section in the municipality of Mapini. This project is 1 kilometer. However, only 350 meters is completed. Now that we are facing countless typhoons, its unfinished state poses even greater threat to the lives and property of the residents. Worse, even the 350-meter partially completed is compromised as water can move around the structure. In order to address these concerns, may we solicit the support of DPWH for augmentation of funding of this seawall, possibly for 2023, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor, we will consider it. Well, there would be funds.
Thank you for the positive response, Mr. Secretary. And for my third concern, another ongoing project in our district is the construction of concrete road, Batangas City San Pascual Bawan Diversion Road. Again, its unfinished state, aggravated by the lack of traffic light, resulted already to various accidents taking the lives of around 20 people, mostly from the municipality of San Pascual. Discounted only from last year. May we know the take of the good secretary on this, Mr. Chair?
Provision of traffic lights, Your Honor, I like to put it into program of works for the development of the roads itself, Your Honor. Implementation of the development and improvement of the road, I think this can be incorporated as part of the traffic safety program in that particular area.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chair, can we get the commitment also of the DPWH with respect to the completion, continuity of the implementation of construction of concrete road, Batangas City, San Pascual, Bawan Diversion Road? Mr. Chair?
For the continuity of that project, Your Honor, I think we can support the continuity development.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And moving forward, Department Order Number 250, Series of 2022, dated December 6, 2022. I understand that this DO delineates the jurisdiction of the regional office and the district office in implementing the infrastructure program. For projects up to 150 million, it belongs to district office. For projects beyond, it belongs for implementation to the regional office. Currently, Mr. Chair, our district has an FMR projects endorsed by PCA to DPWH. This is in the amount of 10 million and 20 million only, respectively, both in Barangay Apar and Haibanga, Lobo, Batangas. Bidding was conducted already in the district office. However, Taro was released to the regional office. Can we be enlightened on this, Mr. Chair?
Well, Your Honor, let me just clarify a little bit on the level of authorities that has been given to district and regional offices. This is an authority, Your Honor. Doesn't really mean that everything has to be implemented with that authority for certain practical intent and purposes. There are instances, Your Honor, that for continuity's sake, the regional or the district office can implement. District offices can even implement more than 150 million if the structural integrity of the project would have been started to ensure the structural integrity of the project would have been started by the district office. In the same manner as if the project has been started by the regional office and the continuation to ensure integrity of the project can be continued by the regional office, Your Honor. In the same manner that when there are projects that emanating from other agencies, Your Honor, and from other sources, there are requests actually that these projects can be centrally managed or under regional under implementation, Your Honor. For projects like farm to market roads, which farm to market roads are actually from the budget of the Department of Agriculture, and there are instances that in the General Appropriations Act, it must have been indicated type of the implementing agency.
Mr. Chair, I understand that the department order was issued for us to follow. If we will be deviating from the threshold amount, that is the 150 million, considering especially that this is just a farm-to-market road which can easily be implemented by the district office. May we know from the good secretary what therefore is the significance of this department order? Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, as I was trying to explain, actually, it's just an authority. As I said, for even projects that are funded not from the Department of Public Works and Highways, if the agency itself that is requesting for the implementing office, then it follows, Your Honor, that you have to abide by the request of sourcing agency.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect to DPWH and to the good secretary, I was in communication with the PCA administrator, and he's totally unaware that the project is being implemented by the regional office.
Well, certainly, Your Honor, I think we can look into this, if that would be the case, Your Honor. To me, I think 10 million project, 10 million project or on that magnitude should be implemented by the district official.
Precisely, Mr. Chair. And I wish to emphasize that this department order was issued by the DPWH, so I suppose that the agency should be the first to follow and implement this DO. Moving forward to my last concern, Mr. Chair, I am taking the courage to raise this concern for the benefit of the Filipino people. With all due respect, can we explain in laymanized term how we determine the NEP for each district?
Well, again, Your Honor, I think the allocation for the national expenditure allocation, national expenditure program allocation for each legislative district has been taken out from a formula that we have adopted starting from the 2023 budget, Your Honor, the national expenditure program. And this is a parametric formula that involves 7 parameters calculation of allocation, Your Honor. And seven parameters that included in the formula would consider land area, population, regional GDP, historical infrastructure budgets, poverty levels, climate vulnerability areas, and the absorptive capacity of it over the last 6 years of the legislative
Mr. Chair,
engineering officer.
this representation has been hearing that system and formula that generate the NEP given those factors. For everybody's satisfaction in the presence of all the members of the House, perhaps during the plenary, can you show us this system? Help us understand the NEP that you generate for each and every district. Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, this has been also requested earlier that we're going to submit actually the result of the allocations for each legislative district, Your Honor, under the allocable amount of National Expenditure Program for 20.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, for the sake of transparency, I hope that we can open this system of determining the NEP to all the members of the House of Representatives right in front of each other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
you. Now we proceed to the next round or second round of interpellation. And then we again give due respect to the minority. So we now recognize Leader Libanan for a 3-minute interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I'd like to my interpellation matter of the mega bridge program, where we have already allocated amounts. Panay, Guimaras, Negros, 2.47 kilometers, Tancap kilometers. However, Mr. Chairman, very important to us in practice in country. I mean, is the Matnog Northern Samar Bridge. I did not budget.
Yeah, the bridges that we're talking about, Your Honor, in Region 8, there will be a project, alternate second bridge, San Juanico Bridge, that will be implemented in Samar area, Your Honor. Samar to Leyte.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So it's sa ating NEP. Pero ang allocation dyan sa San Juanico Bridge 2 ay 10 million lang. Anong gagawin natin sa 10 million?
This is only for the project preparation, Your Honor, because for the initial project preparation. Because at this point in time, we are just in the process of discussing the financial arrangements with the Japan International Cooperation Agency, and hopefully by next year we will start if we are able to get the loan agreement, the allocation for next year will be the government counterpart for the preparation of the engineering design. So after that, Your Honor, when we start the civil works in 2025, then it will be allocated a big amount for the civil works and construction requirements, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po sa San Juanico Bridge. Pero ang tinatanong ko yung Matnog Allen Bridge from Luzon, Samar.
Matnog Allen.
Opo, Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor, Matnog Allen is a long span of bridge, actually, that has undergone initial technical assessment, and it would be extremely expensive actually to construct a bridge. Technically, it can be done, but it's going to be extremely expensive because of the engineering and technical requirements to build the bridge across that strait, Your Honor.
Magkano yung extremely
The problem, Your Honor, we have not even calculated it at this point in time because the deepest part of that part of that ocean is about 200 meters, Your Honor, and for a bridge project that cut across the bay or an ocean, the economical type the depth would be only about 50 meters, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Chairman. ah, ah, pinakamalalaking project ibang bansa ay talagang ginagawa nila pag importante dahil na maraming na-employ tayo dyan. Economic terms.
Yes.
Nung nag-interpellate po ako sa pre-budget briefing ng NEDA, nasabi nila, hintay lang sila ng recommendation ng W. Kaya gusto natin ng technical assessment talaga dito na on paper. Dahil noong 2019, naglabas ang NEDA na mayroon na silang feasibility study at ang amount ay 284 billion. Chairman, hindi naman ito kailangan buhusan kaagad natin ng 284 billion. Pwede naman natin ito stagger multi-year.
Your Honor, I think if that would be the case 2019, I think we can revisit actually that proposal at the time and see economic viability of the project and discuss this with National Economic Development Authority to put it in their priority program yun, if it is economical.
Maraming salamat po dyan na di lang po akong interesado dito ang ating majority leader Mindanao. Napaka-interesado dyan yan ng Maharlika Highway lang. Dahil pag ginamit natin ito, di hamak, bababa ang presyo. At sa ngayon po, konting tropical depression, traffic na sa lugar na yan at hindi na padadaanin ng sasakyan. Nasa global warming na tayo, kailangan lalaking hakbang dito. So, Mr. Chairman, tatanong ko rin ito sa NEDA. I am very serious in the budget. Sana maramdaman nating lahat na kung kaya natin, mag-decide tayo. Kung hindi kaya, di kailangan natin ng totoong assessment dito, hindi lang magpasahan tayo. Para once and for all, mag-decide na natin kung gagawin natin ang tulay na ito. Dahil mas mahaba pang tulay ang ating gagawin sa bridge. Dalawang mas mahabang tulay dito gagawin natin kaysa Matnog Allen Bridge.
Well noted, Your Honor. And, you know, have to revisit actually initial assessment of the project 2009.
Mr. Chairman, meron ba kayo sa hinahawakang feasibility study nito na sinasabi ng NEDA noong 2019?
I don't think I am just consulting those that were in 2019, Your Honor. I don't think we have a copy, and certainly we can ask NEDA a copy of their assessment. Time, Your Honor.
Yun ang sinasabi ko, Mr. Chairman. Press release sila ng ganito, pero walang ipinakikita dito sa Kongreso. Bakit sila naka-arrive ng 284 billion? Kailangan natin ng katotohanan dito. Ano ba? Mayroon ba ito o wala? Nasaan ito kung mayroon? Para makapag-decide tayo once and for all kung pwede gawin ito o hindi. Chairman. So, nung nag-interpellate po ako, ay hiningi ko na kung mayroon ito, wala. Sabi ng aking congressman mo, admit niya kung may ngayon, paano tayo makapag-judge ng tama kung wala tayong totoong feasibility study? Kailangan na gawin natin ito. Pag-aralan natin technically sa terms of engineering capabilities natin.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sana po, Secretary, ma-action na natin ito agad para liwanagan tayo kung saan tayo papunta dito.
Thank you. Next, we go to the majority, which Representative Peter Miguel, for your first round of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang gabi po sa lahat. Harry Manuan, magandang gabi po. X and all others. This is just a simple concern. This is just an observation po. While we are doing widening of our Maharlika roads, sa totoo lang, dami pong namamatay because we have this inner expanding to outer. Pero minsan there are cases wherein yung outer lane, hindi po kagad finish all the way. Napuputol for some reasons, probably merong problema, may puno, may poste ng kuryente, o kaya may problema sa pagmamayari ng lupa. The problem is, dami pong namamatay because one, walang malinaw na signage sa gabi. Aksidente po. Personally, one of my cousin died because of that. And I observe all over the country, wherever I travel, wala pong uniform prescribed signage from DPWH on how to make it clear at night habang umuulan, madilim ang gabi. So, Sec, baka mayroon po tayong magawang a clear lighted, clear signage that there is a construction ongoing, a uniform one that would apply across the country.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for reminding us. Actually, this is supposed to be part of a project implementation program. That the safety component for implementing this project should be incorporated in overall project cost, actually, Your Honor, and appreciate calling our attention to the fact and make sure that the provisions for safety, road safety during construction, Your Honor, will have again in project cost at this, in all our projects, Your Honor, particularly in well-traveled national roads, Your Honor.
Sir Chair, I think hindi nga kailangan dagdagan ng budget eh. All we have to do probably is the obligation of the contractors. It's just that meron lang uniform way of making and recognizable at night. Meron kasi ibang contractor maglalagay ng sulo. Alam mo yung sulo? Ilaw lang na galing sa meron namang innovative, merong electronic, meron namang parang iniilawan lang ng bulb. So many ways. But I've traveled all over the world. Iba eh. Sa first world country, talang malinaw. Malayo pa lang, alam mo. There's construction going on. So, kilometers ahead, you are alarmed that there's something going on there that you should slow down or be cautious enough. So, yun lang po ang gusto ko. That we should at least have a uniform manner. Downloaded natin sa mga contractors probably.
Again, thank you, Your Honor. I think this well noted by the department, and certainly we are one with you actually in road safety measures in all the construction sites, particularly during the night time, Your Honor. And rest assured that we will be picking up the guidelines in the for the provision of road safety measures, construction sites, Your Honor, in projects of the department.
Salamat to hear that. And one more observation. Itong naglalagay tayo ngayon, may puso. Central Island with lights. You know, Secretary, to me, it's economic sabotage. The traffic flow slows down. Two, you narrow the road that's provided for a national road. Imagine mo, maglalagay tayo bigla ng gitna. It's very dangerous. Committed po yung daan. The cars, especially the big ones, mag-slow. Isang tricycle lang pa humina dyan, yung flow mabagal na. So, is there a way that if we intend to put a central island with lights on, pwede ba dagdagan nyo pero yung sa budget, sa project proposal, or sa design, or yung outer road, kung ano yung kinain nyo sa gitna, Halimbawa, 0.5 meters, edi mag-extend din po kayo dun sa gilid ng another 0.5 kasi kinainan yung national road eh. Which it's for safety, it's for speed, it's for convenience. So, na-slow down na, pumitid pa. Kasi dinagdagan natin doon sa existing national road ng isang center island.
I completely agree with your observation, Your Honor. We have design guidelines for putting up center islands, Your Honor. Actually, have specific dimensions actually for center islands, not only for accommodating actually the function of traffic lights. Your Honor, I think in some areas actually, I have observed also that in some areas, there are national roads, especially in urban areas, where center islands, not center islands, but even concrete barriers are placed in the middle of the road. This is only for traffic management, Your Honor. We have design actually, and we have guidelines for the construction of medians. Particularly, the highway is 4 lanes. 4 lanes, and there is 4 lanes, and the top a median, not sacrifice actually with the lanes, Honor. Should not be sacrificed. We have to put up the medians as specified, Your Honor, without sacrificing lanes, the width of the lanes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I understand your determination on that, but reality, the actual case, if you happen to visit our district, 2nd District of South Cotabato, marami po yan. From the airport, dinagdagan, from General Santos City down to the South Cotabato, going to Cotabato City. Dami pong in between, naglalagay ng midline structures, and they're eating up that lane. Ang akin lang proposal, if maglagay kayo dito sa midline, di maglagay kayo ng extension doon na kaunti. Kung ilan ang kinain nyo dito, di maglagay doon kayo sa gilid. So and so, the original width of the lane would still be consistent with the national specifications.
Well noted, Your Honor, and we'll try to revisit actually areas and comply with standards of our national road system.
And one thing, the design. Mataas po yung midline. Mataas po. Yung lane, yung midline structure is mataas. If you're riding a car, you cannot see what's on the other side. If there's some car crossing, way ahead, you cannot be alarmed na mayroong magkukross. So yung nangyayari, may silip-silip yung motor. So ikaw naman, if you're a rider from the other end going here, ma-alarm ka rin dahil may gulong na lumalabas. So that's why, to me, when some of our engineers are requesting me, even some local officials, na congressman, lagay tayo ng center island. Sabi ko, ayoko. It's more dangerous. Kasi way ahead, hindi mo nakikita what's coming. So, maraming na-aksidente nung biglang pumapasok. So, yun po. In general, I think, hindi naman po siya, if you intend to put lights so that we have a lighter roads, we can put it at the sides. But encouraging center islands, I think we have to revisit our program on this.
Well noted, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, it's just a parochial concern. We have a bridge in the municipality of Sorala. Started constructing way back 2022. And our region asked from a quick response fund for around 40 million. And of course, obviously, there's no fund to speak of and the bridge is unfinished. So pwede po bang ma-priority po natin yung Kulong-Gulo Bridge, Surala, South Cotabato.
Well
Kulong-Gulo.
noted, Your Honor.
Salamat
Quick
po.
response fund.
Salamat. I have other parochial concern. I'll just speak with you later. Thank you po. Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Salamat po.
Thank you. Now the chair goes back to the minority. Chair recognizes Representative Raul Manuel, who is not here. So we will now recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to commend the Honorable Minority Leader Libanan for asking good questions regarding the possibility of a bridge connecting Luzon to Samar. Just to clarify, that particular project never got to the NEDA ICC. It hasn't gotten to that stage.
I don't think, my recollection, Your Honor, I think we have submitted it at the level, Your Honor. I understand, Your Honor, that there's been some preliminary studies that had been undertaken for this project, bridge project that would connect Allen Patnog. But Your Honor, I think the result of the preliminary project, because of the technical issues pertaining to the construction of this bridge, I said it will pass through about the depth of ocean of about 200 meters. Not put it in economic viability to implement it at this point in time, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for being open and honest about that. It's a difficult project. Could you share with Minority Leader Libanan and myself and the committee a copy of that technical study? Just so if we're ever asked in an interview locally, people sometimes ask radio interviews, so we know how to answer.
We can share, yes, Your Honor, we can furnish you a copy of the assessment report that was conducted with the Asian Development Bank.
Okay. For me, even a soft copy. When could you furnish?
We can furnish the hard copy, Your Honor.
Even soft copy.
Soft copy.
But could you furnish that by next Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the reports that I had mentioned earlier, could you also furnish that by next Tuesday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And then in anticipation of the plenary debates, could you be kind enough to provide this representation, a budget analysis at least of 2023, what the reductions were, where the reductions, which programs, which PAPs, where it went, because I want to make sure that in the plenary, it's explained again that the core program and MOE not be touched, because the next step will be the BICAM, and I'd like to make sure that no less than the chairman hears the arguments. So if you could furnish me a report on that with some details, would appreciate it.
Certainly, Your Honor, we'll provide it.
Okay, thank you very much. In the hearing in the Department of Transportation, I asked a few questions to the TRB, the Toll Regulatory Board, as to the maintenance, the necessary maintenance of the toll roads. There's a lot of complaints, and I got the sense that they're a little weak in terms of supervising and really monitoring. Isn't the DPWH a member of the board of TRB?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how active is the DPWH in making sure that at least this many toll roads that are now operational are contractually complying with minimum standards on maintenance, operations, and other similar issues.
Your Honor, the Department of Public Works and Highways, there are two categories in the toll concession agreements, Your Honor. There are concession agreements that are specifically there are toll roads that are actually that are lodged with principally with the Department of Public Works and Highways, and there are toll roads that are principally lodged with Toll Regulatory Board, the STOA. And but by and large, you know, Your Honor, as the department is part of the Toll Regulatory Board, we exercise technical supervision in all these projects, in all the toll roads, and the department would be asked in the toll roads that are under the DPWH. We regularly inspect compliance of the MPSS, home performance standards compliance of the operators, and for the toll roads under the Toll Regulatory Board, they would have asked actually the Department of Public Works and Highways to provide them technical assistance, Your Honor, supervising the MPSS, the minimum performance standards, Your Honor.
Thank you. I personally support public-private partnership projects. I came from one. But I want to make sure that at a minimum, they're complying with their contractual obligations, especially on safety, maintenance, and traffic management, because there's a lot of complaints that you see online. I'm sure you see that. So could you provide us at least some sort of report through the committee, furnish myself a copy, on the work you're doing with TRB and its different toll roads, just to kind of guide us. If that's something we can take a look at, you might need more budget for that type of work to make sure the minimum performance standard is being met. I would support that. Whether you're the better agency or TRB, I don't know. So could you just share with us your thoughts on that in a operational or accomplishment report? Would that be okay?
Certainly, Your Honor, we'll provide you actually the operation and maintenance provisions under the concession agreement for each of toll roads, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. My last one, Mr. Chair, anyway, it's probably the last round. We have a very good law that mandated free public Wi-Fi. It's a very good law because it initially identified 110,000 sites nationwide, which included DepEd schools, state university, parks, barangays, GIDA sites. They have a good problem. They have a lot of money, but they're not using it. So my question is, to be able to fast track the free public Wi-Fi program, the important component is laying the fiber optic. And usually it follows the highway, the roads. So have there been any discussions with DICT on how DPWH can help lay those fiber? And would that be considered infrastructure? Can that be considered a program, a PAP within DPWH?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we have in constant discussions with the ICT on the laying of cables, fiber optic cables, actually along the national roads. And there has been a map and that has been shown to me that there has been many of these fiber optic cables have been already laid along the national roads, Your Honor, and I've been shown a map actually that they have already started to install the fiber optics along the national roads.
Is there a budget allocation for fiber optic similar work in the 2024 NEP?
Not in the Department of Public Works and Highways, Your Honor.
Have you done any MOAs with DICT or other agencies to pay fiber optic?
I understand that they are engaging private companies actually to lay down the fiber optic.
They're very slow. DPWH is a fast-moving department. So I'm trying to see whether there's a win-win. Maybe downloading some of the funds or a MOA, just like with DepEd, new classrooms. The classrooms are downloaded to DPWH. I can't see a reason why we couldn't download billions of unutilized funds to fast-track the National Broadband Plan and the Free Public Wi-Fi program.
Please wrap up.
Certainly, Your Honor.
So, if let's say the House funded say whatever amount, would that be within your mandate to do? If let's say we put whatever amount, spread out the whole country, is fiber optic a laying down of, would that be a convergence or a regular program?
We can actually discuss this as a convergence program, Your Honor, with the ICT.
So I didn't understand.
We can discuss this as a convergence program with the ICT, with the funds coming from the ICT, Your Honor.
Okay, I would personally encourage you. There's a lot of funding that they're not using. Maybe you can help them utilize. And it'll be good for the country. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now, for the last interpolator, we now recognize Representative Akop for his 3-minute interpolation, the second round.
Chair. Okay. I know the total appropriation, new appropriation, 2020.
The total appropriation for DPWH for fiscal year 2023, Your Honor, is 894.2% billion, Your Honor.
100.
894.2
Also, one
billion.
to your record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the NEP of 2023, what?
The NEP for the NEP was
770.
718. 718.
1,710,577,000. So there's a jump of less than 200, Mr. Secretary. Tama po ba? Now, this is the only amount of fund received by W 2023.
No, Your Honor, this is actually the budget allocated for the Department of Public Works and Highways, but there are other funds that were allocated to the department from other agencies like the Department of Education, Department of Agriculture, the Department of Agrarian Reform, and plus, of course, calamity funds
Yes.
coming from NDRRMC.
May I know how much was special purpose fund amount? agency has received for this.
Special Purpose Fund, Your Honor.
Yes. You can ask the USEC for funds. Budget officer know these terms.
May I ask actually our finance
Yes,
officer, Your
Mr.
Honor?
Secretary, siya ang nakakalam nito. Ako na lang ang magtatanong, Ika. Ayaw na makisama yung mic. Would your total special purpose funds for TA amount to 188.7?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I have no specific data for the special purpose fund, but what we received for 2023 as SPFs are for the RLIT, retirement, type insurance premiums.
And
Yun,
the list of the purpose so far as your special funds are with special fund ng ating gobyerno na breakdown sa agency na sa akin. And so far as the DPWH has 188.7 billion, DOA 110.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we will provide you with the specific data, but definitely it's not that.
Yeah. Sige, Iha. Nakalagay dito, ang pinakamalaki is Priority Infrastructure Program for Roads, Bridges, Multipurpose Buildings, Facilities, Flood Control and Water Systems amounting to 145.4 billion. On Minagic it. Anyway, to save time, let's go last. In 2019, your unobligated release for capital outlay was 54.5 billion. And in 2020, your unobligated release for capital outlay was 39.19 billion. And in 2021 was 27.9 billion. And in 2022, 32.9 billion. Wala sa akin ngayon yung unobligated dahil ongoing pa rin ngayon. Di ba, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And we know that the lifespan for capital outlays. Now, may I know, ano nang nangyari dito sa malalaking outlay? For example, 2022 at 32.9, 2023. Mababawasan ba ito? What do you think?
Your Honor, as I presented earlier, for fiscal year 22 budget, allotment received actually honor of department total of 190.1 billion pesos, consisting of current allocation of 820 billion pesos and prior years carryover of 7.2 billion pesos, Honor. That with that amount, the obligation for current year obligation was 789 billion pesos, and for prior years it was 67.5 billion pesos, Your Honor. Obligations against allotment would be 96% as of December of 2022, and the disbursement rate was 65%.
Maybe your finance office can reconcile your records with my record. Kasi ito, lahat po na ako po, galing po sa tatlong lib and your kasi ang reference ko rin malalaki. Then EASF budget of expenditure funds have this. Pero be that as it may, Mr. Secretary, tatlong minuto lang. My last question is, why is it that you have a very big unobligated allotment? Ito, when we pay unobligated allotment, na-release sa inyo yung pera hindi nyo bakit po kaya?
Or are we talking of the current year, Your Honor?
No, current year, wala pa kayong unobligated allotment dahil hindi pa tapos. Malalaman lang natin yung obligated allotment after.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
So, in 2022, Mr. Secretary, you have an obligated allotment of 38.6 billion.
As of July, according to our records, Your Honor, as of July 31 this year, Your Honor, this year.
Mali nga po. Kasi natin malalaman yung total na unobligated allotment ninyo. Hindi pa tapos ang taon. So we're speaking of the year na natapos na, which is 2022. Di po ba? And in the year 2022, your unused appropriation was 41.5 billion, and 38.6 billion of that considered your unobligated allotment. This phrase means, i-release sa inyo yung pera, pero hindi nyo na-obligate.
Yes, Your Honor. I think for our records, unobligated balance December of 2022, 1 point.
Yes, that is
But
your
this was-
unused appropriation. Percentage of that, amounting to 38.6 billion, yun po yung unused, unobligated allotment. Ang ibig lang sabihin po nun, unobligated allotment, release po sa inyo, pero hindi nyo nagamit na obligate. Sayang yung pera. Yun po yung ibig kong sabihin.
Your Honor, this is continuing appropriation that we have obligated in 2023.
So, are you trying to tell me, are you giving me the assurance, Mr. Secretary, that in 2026, your unobligated allotment will go down?
Yes, Your Honor. That is why I'm saying, Your Honor, that for calendar year, for fiscal year 2022, the amount for unobligated balance is 18.1 billion, Your Honor. Unobligated as of July.
Tignan po natin at the end of the year, Mr. Secretary.
Yes,
Dahil
Your
hindi pa natin mapredict kagaya nga ng sabi ko, can only know your unused appropriations consist of unreleased appropriation at saka unobligated obligation at the end of the fiscal year.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
There being no more interpreters, can we motion from
Mr.
Vice Chairman
Chairman,
Momo?
I move that we terminate the budget hearing of the Department of Public Works and Highways. I so move.
There's a
Mr. Chairman?
motion. Duly seconded.
Seconded.
The
Mr.
motion is
Chairman?
approved.
May I move that we suspend hearing until Monday, September 11 at 9 a.m.
Session suspended.
Useless, how useless yung opisina mo, Director de Sagud.
During that time po, nakikita po na tumataas po yung presyo ng sibuyas.
Tumataas pala, Mr. Chair. Bakit hindi kumilos? Ang kumilos pa yung Speaker of the House, Jesus Mario Josep, ang oversight. Anong ginawa ng BPI? Hindi po trabaho ng Kongreso, mag-ikot na mag-ikot, ginagagawin ang trabaho ninyo. So, wala na po sa kamay ng farmers ang sibuyas, Mr. Chair. Nasa kamay na po ng traders, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga ang question ko, so nakita na ho ninyo na umaakyat yung presyo ng sibuyas, bakit hindi pa kayo kumilos?
Kaya tumataas ang presyo ng sibuyas, bibili na yung local onions, bibili ng Marso, i-release Nobyembre, pag kukunti na ang supply.
Ang kinatatakutan ko, pag bumagsak ang presyo ng onions ngayong taon na ito, wala nang magtatanim sa susunod na taon.
Gandang araw mga kaibigan. Nako, hindi pa natatapos ang problema sa pagtaas presyo ng bigas. Heto na naman, nagsisimula naman na namang tumaas ang presyo ng sibuyas. Kaya ang ating mga congressmen, nagpatawag na naman ng hearing. Umarap ang mga opisyalis ng Department of Agriculture, Bureau of Land Industry. Nako, sinabon, ginisa sila ni Congressman Tolpo at iba pang mga kongresista. Kasi walang ginagawa itong mga opisyalis na ito eh. Ito, akin lang ito. Bakit wala silang magawa? Kasi under order sila ng isang invisible power na wala naman sana siyang pakialam sa gobyerno. Kaya lang itong invisible power na sinasabi ko, siya ang nagdidikta sa Department of Agriculture, hindi ang Pangulo. Alam nyo na kung sino yon. Yon ang problema sa ating bansa, yung invisible power na hindi naman binutuhan ng taong bayan. Saan pa papunta ang ating bansa? Kundi bayan, babagsak muli pag ang ating presidente hindi siya magkaroon ng lakas ng loob na gawin niya ang tama. Wala, nadidiktahan siya. Okay, panoorin natin ang buong hearing sa Kongreso. Salamat sa mga congressmen na may pagmamalasakit sa ating bansa.
Wala ho tayo dito ngayong araw na ito kung ginawa lang po ng mga ahensya ng pamahalaan ng kanilang trabaho, Mr. Chairman. Meron pong nagkulang dito at hindi ginawa ang trabaho nila. For reasons, sila lang po makakasagot, kaya tatanungin ko po sila, anong nangyari? Bureau of Plant Industry, Department of Trade Industry, Department of Agriculture, bakit hinayaan itong nangyari itong pagsirit ng sibuyas? Pero bago ho ako magtatanong, BPI, bantayan nyo na yung kamatis because the tomatoes right now, ang isang piraso ay 12.50 sa NEPA-Q Mart, BPI. Parang awa nyo na. Mas mahal pa sa sibuyas itong kamatis. Okay? Pero my question now will be directed, Mr. Chair, sa BPI. Bakit di ninyo nakita o na-anticipate ang pagtaas ng presyo ng sibuyas, BPI? Answer me.
Miss Samala?
Morning po, sir. Sir, actually po, as we've mentioned din po during the last hearings, nagkakandak din po kami ng monitoring sa atin pong mga cold storages. And may consultation meetings din po tayo with our farmers, and they requested po na unahin po natin yung atin pong supply po, local supply na mailabas po muna. So, and they agreed po and committed na magkakaroon pa rin po ng supply all throughout po nung atin pong hanggang last year po, ng November, December.
Mr. Chair, kung minomonitor po ninyo ang mga cold storages, naririnig lang ho natin dito po sa mga traders, kung ilan at saka cold storage, kung ilang sako-sako, ilang thousands of sacks ang mga nasa cold storage. Kung namomonitor ho ninyo, alam mo ho natin, kaya nandito tayo, because there is hoarding, Mr. Chair. May hoarding po tayo, kaya sumirit ang presyo. Kung nagmo-monitor ho kayo, hindi po aabot yan dyan. Na-monitor na ninyo, na-anticipate ninyo, then nabigyan ninyo ng direktiba yung mga trader na ilabas. Or where you are, Mr. Chair, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Or natapala ng mga mata ninyo ng something dyan? Kaya hindi ninyo nakita, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Miss Samala? Can you please respond dun sa...
Sir, actually po, nakita naman po namin, sir, na there is a decline, and may mga proposal din po for importation, sir, para po ma-comply po natin or magbigay po natin yung nakakailangang demand po natin. Yun nga lang, sir, yung nasabi po namin na yun nga po, pinagbigyan din po natin yung mga farmers as to their claim that they would be able to supply even po yung time po na may mga palusot po na tanim nung time po ng November.
Mr. Chair, wala na po sa kamay ng farmers ang mga sibuyas, nasa traders na po. Kaya hindi po pwedeng sabihin, Mr. Chair, na aantayin pa yung mga farmers because wala na po sa kamay ng farmers ang sibuyas, Mr. Chair. Nasa kamay na po ng traders, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga ang question ko, so nakita na ho ninyo na umaakyat yung presyo ng sibuyas, bakit hindi pa kayo kumilos? And matanong ko kayo, Mr. Chair, what was your plan of action or what was your action, BPI?
Sir, nung pong Yes, sir. Continuous pa rin naman po yung ginawa naming monitoring. And also po, ngayon po, meron din po kaming ginawang isang program, yung Orion program, na hindi lang po siya, sir, nakafocus din po sa atin pong importation lang. From production hanggang kung kailangan po na mag-import. So yun, sir, meron po tayong ginagawa. And even the provision po ng ating mga cold storages po para po enough po yung mga cold storages for our farmers din po.
Mr. Chair, bumaba po yung presyo na mag-ikot na po yung Oversight Committee headed by Speaker Romualdez. Doon po bumaba. Otherwise, kaya nga ang tanong ko, Mr. Chair, anong ginawa ng BPI? It took the Oversight Committee of Congress at hindi po trabaho ng Kongreso mag-ikot na mag-ikot, ginagagawin ang trabaho ninyo. Mr. Chair, dapat gawain po ito ng BPI. It's your responsibility and your job, BPI, to do that. Meron naman pala kayong monitoring. Meron pala kayong mga visitation powers or whatever you want to call it. You can check the cold storage. Sako-sako nandoon. Why wait for the oversight? Si Speaker Romualdez pa ang kailangan mag-ikot. Sila Congressman Imberga pa kailangan mag-ikot para makita na meron tayong oversupply na sibuyas na sobra ang presyo. Why, BPI?
Your Honor, the guidelines or regulations implemented by the Bureau of Plant Industry for the cold storage warehouses are, we are bound in our guidelines, and the present guidelines na namin ay hindi talaga namin nakukumpel o makukumpel yung mga traders na nag-store doon sa mga cold storage warehouses to release their stocks. So, ang ginagawa kasi kaya ang ginagawa namin ngayon, sir, with the DA, because it's a DA regulation for the mandatory licensing cold storage warehouses, are currently amending the regulation so that the provisions of the Price Act will be included in the guidelines so that we will be able to compel the traders to release their stocks in times of emergency and need po, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may monitoring kayo, okay? So ibig sabihin, pwede kayong sumilip. Is that correct? Pero wala kayong ginawa because wala sa guideline ninyo. So you just went there, you look, you pick, but you did not do anything. Sabi mo ang DA ang meron. Di ba under kayo sa DA, Mr. Chair?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Bakit hindi kayo nag-report sa DA and told DA, napakadaming stock ng sibuyas, pagamat nasa 190 na per kilo, why didn't you do anything about it? Sumilip lang kayo, nagpa-selfie kayo doon sa loob ng storage? Isn't that your job?
No, Your Honor. We provided the information to the DA for them to decide on the issue. We provide the information of the data that we have, the alum monitoring that we provide is provided to the DA, and it is also used doon sa mga public consultation po namin na ginagawa with the stakeholders po ng
Sino sa DA ang binigyan ninyo ng information? Sino? USEC, ASEC, sino sa DA?
The data of the alum monitoring team is submitted to the AMAS of the DA po.
Sino ang head ng AMAS?
Your Honor, nandito po. Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sir Chair, Your Honors, magandang umaga po. Yung AMAS po isa po sa mga office ng DA na kasama po doon sa Committee ng Bantay Presyo. So, composite team po yung sa Bantay Presyo, Your Honors. Ang AMAS po, isa po sa trabaho po ng AMAS ay nagma-market matching po kami sa mga agricultural products at saka sa mga buyers at processors.
Sagutin nyo na ako ng diretso. Nakita na tumataas. Kami pa, ang Oversight Committee pa ang nakakita na mataas. Hindi ba mataas sa inyo? Hindi ba normal pa rin ba? Nasa 180, 190 ang kilo ng sibuyas. Is that normal, Mr. Chair? Answer me.
Yes, may I please respond, Director Juniper?
Your Honors, Mr. Chair. During that time po, nakikita po na tumataas po yung presyo ng sibuyas.
Tumataas pala, Mr. Chair. Bakit hindi kumilos? Ang kumilos pa yung Speaker of the House, Jesus Mariosep, ang oversight. Sila Congressman Emberga, umikot para makita. Wala kayong ginawa. You waited hanggang kung na magsalita na yung Speaker of the House and said like, kakasuhan kayo ng hoarding, kaya bumaba. Kakasuhan kayo mga traders, ilabas nyo na yan. Kaya inilabas. Kayo wala kayong ginawa and you said monitoring. Useless. How useless yung opisina mo, Director de Sagun?
Your Honors, tama po. Hindi lang po office na, ang trabaho po ng office po namin, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Noong pong panahon na yon, nag-market match po kami ng mga onions, and at the end of the day, yung mga buyers po at yung producer, sila na po nag-usap ng mga panahon na yon, at talaga pong bidding war po yun nung panahon na yon. So minamatch po namin sila at tinutulungan po namin sila mahanapan ng buyer. Nag-endorse po kami ng mga buyers doon sa mga FCA, sa mga cooperative po doon sa Nueva Ecija. But sila rin po yung nag-decide kung kanino po nila ibebenta po, Your Honors. Yun lang po ang pwedeng trabaho po ng aming, hindi po kami nagkakaroon ng visitation power sa mga warehouses, Your Honors.
Yes, I think...
BPI, the main issue being brought right now by Congressman Tulfo is about the hoarding. Kaya tumataas ang presyo ng sibuyas, bibili yung local onions, bibili ng Marso, i-release Nobyembre pag kukunti na ang supply. But you have to tell us honestly, ay tinatago nyo that we have DA Circular number 1. And under that circular or administrative order, the BPI has the right to, is the one accrediting all the cold storage facilities. Tama ba o hindi? Yes. Okay. And you have also the power to regulate all the storage facilities. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. If you have the power to regulate, then you can impose the necessary sanctions. Ayan, i-dispose nyo na within 3 months. Na wala naman kayong ginagawa. And that has been our comment always before. Wala kayong period na sinasabi. Even sa imported onions, cold storage ang baksak. Pag-issue ng import permit, nakalagay na kung sino ang cold storage, ano ang inyong agreement, but then, kahit na i-stock ng 1 taon, basta lalabas lamang pag mataas, and you have the power to regulate. Oh, tapos sasabihin nyo, wala kayong power. Sasabihin nyo, eto, ganito lang ginagawa namin. Kayo nag-accredit. If you have not accredited them, they will not be permitted to operate as cold storage for importation of agricultural products and even local onions. Oh, tapos sasabihin nyo, wala kayong power. You have that power, but you are not exercising us and you are fooling us. Tama ba sinasabi ko? Yes or no? Oh, hindi nyo in-exercise. And what is the reason?
May I explain, Your Honor?
Oh, what will you explain?
Your Honor, the implementing guidelines for the mandatory license.
You cannot change the implementing guidelines because the power is vested in you.
Yes,
I am a lawyer.
Yes po, Your Honor.
You better present your legal counsel next time. Whether or not your legal counsel will agree with you. Kung na pinapupunta dito ang abogado nyo, ayaw nyo naman dalhin. Lagi nyo sasabihin, implementing guidelines. Oh, kayo may power You have the power to credit. You have the power to regulate. So you have the power to impose them upon them. 3 buwan lamang ang stocking natin para walang hoarding. We're not doing that.
Mr. Chair, sumalang na ba itong DA, itong BPI sa budget hearing? Sumalang na ba ito?
Sa committee pa lang, Honorable Erwin?
Kasi napaka-useless nitong BPI na ito. Huwag na nga bigyan ng budget ito. Bigyan lang siguro 5 centimos itong BPI na ito. You guys are not doing your job. Obvious, nakita ninyo monitoring, sasabihin nyo may guideline, wala kayong magawa, then useless, di po ba? Bibisita kayo, you have monitoring power, you see that in your own eyes, then wala kayong magawa. Mabuti pa pala yung Oversight Committee, yung Congress ang umakyat. So gawin na natin trabaho ninyo, wag na kayong bigyan ng budget. You agree, Mr. Mugot?
No po, Your Honor, because
My point, sir, is meron kayong power na monitor niyo. Sabi rin ni Mr. Disagon, sila yung sa agribusiness, marketing, blah, 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 AMSA, pero walang magawa kasi hindi nila trabaho yun. So anong trabaho mo? Sisilip ka lang. Tapos magre-report kayo, ipapasa nyo kay AMSA. Si AMSA walang power na para utusan. So anong silbi? Anong saysay ng kanyang departamento? Anong saysay mo? Tama nga naman din si Congressman Barsaga. Ano pang silbi ng BPI dito, di ba? They might as well we'll just give you 1 peso na budget. Pag aabangan ko pag sumalang kayo ulit sa plenary yung budget ninyo. Ito po ang problema natin, Mr. Chair. Kaya laging napupulaan tayo ng taong bayan, mga nasa gobyerno, mga inutil, walang silbi. Because of all this, kagaya ng mga guidelines na yan, common sense will dictate na kung yung guidelines nyo is not working, then change it. Diba, attorney? You have to change those guidelines if it is not effective, because it is not effective, diba? And then don't tell me, hindi naman po yan batas na galing sa amin, inaprubahan na hindi ninyo pwedeng palitan, circular lang pala yung you're saying. Then you could have changed that guideline. Ito ang problema ngayon, Mr. Che, kaya laging isipin pag sinabi ng mga tao, yung implementation ng batas, etc., kulang, may mga yung red tape. Ito nga naman, ito kayo ang prime example na napakadami niyo diyang red tape sa ahensya ninyo sa BPI. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, allow me to direct my question now dito sa mga traders na ito. Anybody na pwedeng sumagot dito. So, can you raise your hands if you're traders? Saan po yung traders natin? May trader ba tayo dito?
May trader po tayo.
Okay.
Tsaka Miss Vivian Pudya. Nakita ko na si Miss Vivian Pudya. Nag-CR. Kung Erwin, baka you want to move to a separate point? Habang nasa CR lang po si Miss Pudya.
Sabi ni kung may siya daw sasagot.
Sir, I entered.
Go ahead, Kong.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Kung matanong ko lang, bakit ho ganon? Kasi marami yung nagtatanong, kanina pa ho, maging sila Congressman Barsaga, bakit ho ganon na i-store ho yung sibuyas for so long? Well, why do we do that? Kasi ang nagpa-problema ho ngayon dito, wala na po sa kamay ng farmers yung produkto, and yet nasa storage pa pala. Tumataas po ng tumataas. So ibig sabihin, napipiga po ng storage ng traders yung presyo na nadidiktehan ho nila because nasa kamay ho nila. Wala po sa farmers, ma'am eh. Ano pong reason? Bakit tumatagal sa storage?
Okay.
Para mas masarap ba yun, Kong? Pag mas malamig,
Hindi
mas
po.
frozen?
Tama po kayo, hindi po papel ng mga kongresista na umikot sa mga palengke para tignan ang presyo ng mga bilihin. Pero ang nakakalungkot po, ang naging aksyon ng BPI dun sa pag-ikot nyo ay mag-issue ng import permit. Samantalang punong-puno pa po ang mga cold storage ng locally produced onions. Sa aking probinsya po, sa Nueva Ecija, Pungabong po, meron higit 3 million bags ng red onions na ngayon po ay hindi gumagalaw. Walang gustong trader na bumili dahil ang gusto nilang presyo ay 70 pesos. Ang production cost po ng mga magsasaka ngayon nung farm gate po mga 75 to 80. Pag kinold storage po dyan, ang break even yan mga 100 pesos. Kaya ngayon po, katakataka, walang trader po ngayon. Kahit gusto nilang magbenta 100 pesos, 110, walang trader na lumalapit sa mga cold storage dun po sa aking lalawigan. Sa mga traders po na nandito, ba't ayaw niyong bumili? Samantalang alam niyo po na ang landed costs ng imported, Mr. Speaker, ang alam ko, landed cost niyan baka 30 pesos lang eh. Kaya kung binebenta ngayon ang red onions at 160, sobra-sobra na po ang tubo na yan. Ang kinatatakutan ko, pag bumagsak ang presyo ng onions ngayong taon na ito, wala nang magtatanim sa susunod na taon.
Kaya nga, ang suggestion ko ho, before the issue of import permits, dapat wala na sa farmer yung presyo ng sibuyas. Same, yung mga sibuyas. Same thing with rice. Kasi po, kung nasa kamay pa po ng farmers natin, onion growers, kawawa nga ho talaga yon, Madam Congresswoman. So kailangan ubusin muna ng farmers yung mga sibuyas and then yung traders. Dito po nagka-problema, nakikita namin problema, Mr. Chair. Nasa kamay kasi ngayon ng mga traders. Nasa kamay ng mga traders, Mr. Chair. Kaya ganun ang nangyari. Siguro, Madam Congresswoman, ma'am, kung may mga grupo ho kayo, mas maganda kung kausapin ho grupo na to let it go, to ibenta ho kaagad ng para maaga, para hindi ho nahihirapan, nagkakaubusan ho kasi ng stock.
Pinasok ng 2 armadong lalaki ang tindahan na yan sa General Santos City. Walang kaabog nilang dinukwang mga estante kung saan nakalagay ang mga tindang cellphone. Pinaglalagay nila ito sa eco bag, sabay eskapo.
Base sa investigasyon, mahigit 1 milyong piso ang halaga ng mga ninakaw na cellphone. Ayon sa pulisya, posibleng may inside job sa krimen. Patuloy ang investigasyon. Naudlot ang pagre-retiro ng isang empleyado ng MMDA dahil sa mahigit 100,000 piso umanong bayarin niya sa cellphone na inisyo ng ahensya. Naresolba na kaya yan? Alamin sa Sumbungan ng Bayan.
36 na taon ng empleyado ng Metropolitan Manila Development Authority o MMDA si Mang Cesar na ngayon 64 anyos na. Plano na raw sana niyang magretiro Enero noong nakaraang taon. Pero naudlot dahil may kailangan pa raw siyang bayaran na halos 162